Hello, welcome. Thank you for clicking on this video. I just wanted to go over a few things that you might see during the video and just let you know why you might see those things. So I did record this video in several different sections as I have been very busy. I've been working, so you will see me with different hairstyles and also in different locations. So I do apologize for that. Also, I want to apologize for the length of the video. I did not go back and relive this in my head and map it out before I got on camera and started recording. So everything you see is just me going back through and reliving the story. It is quite traumatic for me, and then also it's embarrassing. So it's not really something I really wanted to share, but I am trying to share this to hopefully help other people. A lot of the things that are mentioned in the video, I tell all the details because at the end, I also give some tips of things that you can do to help get out of a situation like this, or if you know someone who's in a situation like this. My hope is that this will reach people who are young, who are getting ready to head into a situation like this, maybe some teenagers or some people in their early adulthood, or even just any age. I hope that this can help someone to maybe get out of the situation and to understand that you deserve better and that you can do better. This is a real true life story. So a lot of it is also long because of that, because I'm explaining everything that really did happen. I know that this is a sensitive subject and I do apologize for the graphic images. I actually put them on the preview, and the reason I put them on there is because I'm showing, like, this is actually the images that are on there are really similar to the what actually happened to me and how my eye and my lip and everything really looked. But I just felt like I needed to put those and so that people can see the severity, and then now you can see that I don't have any of that going on right now. I don't have the actual pictures from then because it was in 2008, and a lot of the phones and images and stuff that we would have had, they're no longer available. So I just found something on the internet and I put those on there. Like I said, I apologize, but I wanted to be able to show, like, this is really how severe my injuries were. And now, thank God don't have those injuries anymore. I am not a cop. I am not a therapist. I am not a domestic violence worker or a sex traffic worker. I am offering my personal experience of what happened to me and some of the things that I could have done to help when I went through this situation. So please don't take everything that I'm saying as like that's what it's supposed to be, because I do mention that I am just sharing my personal experience. This is not me telling you to do or not to do anything in particular. It's my actual experience, and I just want to help whoever I can. In the video, I will include some images. Usually in my other videos, if you've seen those, you'll see that I have images on there. Those are my real life images on those videos. Like I said, I don't have these images because this happened in 2008. So I just found some similar images online. But for the majority of my videos, you will see real life pictures and videos of my true experiences and of myself on those pictures and videos. I also include some scriptures that go along with what I'm saying, and I also include some written text on the screen of things that I may have forgotten to say out loud and things that I may have thought of afterwards, or that if I messed up and said something incorrectly, then I'll try to correct it on the screen. So you will see pop-ups here and there. You don't necessarily have to watch that, but there are extra tips and things that may be written out that I may not have actually said. So I apologize for that. But as I said, it was a long process of trying to get this recorded in multiple different locations and multiple different times. And so there was a couple things that I just forgot, and I just went back and added them that way. And also, I will say, I have recorded this I released the first part, which is episode 8, Beaten and Bruised but Not Broken. I released that a few weeks ago. And then I released episode 9, Beaten and Bruised but Not Broken. So if you've already watched those, then you can technically just skip to the tips that I'm going to offer of how to get out of this situation. And or you can, I will upload a separate video of that, but then also I will upload it on the end of this video. So this video is going to be much longer because it has part 1, part 2, and the tips all together so that people can watch it in a full video for those who have not seen the other parts yet. And you're always welcome to pause and come back at a later time if you're not able to listen to the whole story. So these are just a couple things just to let you know that when you click on this, just so you won't be like, whoa, what is going on here? How does she, why is she switching all these different places and different hair and all this different stuff? And it is not meant to be comical in any kind of way. I know that this is a sensitive topic and I want to be sensitive to the situation. This is definitely something that was not really excited about sharing, but I definitely wanted to share it to help people. And, if you really think, if you have, a teenager or someone who I was a teenager when a lot of this stuff happened, when I was in this relationship. And so what I want to do is reach those teenagers who, before they get into this situation, I want to reach them and let them know, like, this is not the right way to go. And then also anybody else, so you don't have to be a teenager, but you can be any age. And I just want to let people know that this is not necessarily, you don't have to deal with this type of situation. You can be delivered, you can be set free, you can be healed, and that you can get to a better place in life than where you are now. So as I said, once again, I do apologize for the length. But if you could just pause it, come back to it, listen to it, share it. And I hope that it helps someone and just like, comment, and share. Thank you for watching.
One more thing I want to say is while you're listening or watching this story, it will sound crazy. There are a lot of twists and turns. I'm also doing a lot with all the switching of the backgrounds and everything like that. But I just want you to think of this story from the perspective of a young, innocent, naive, sweet little girl who is unaware of how the real world is, and who is basically just thinking that she can trust everyone. It's easy to get into a situation like this when you are pushed into those circumstances and when you feel like you don't have anywhere to go or anyone to turn to. And a lot of times people that are not aware of how cruel people can be, I was a teenager at the time, when this happened. As I said, or as I'm going to say, I grew up in a small town, so I was unaware of a lot of these different things that I did experience. But I just want you to keep that in mind, that yes, it will sound crazy. There was a lot of craziness that you're going to hear that happened, but this is from a perspective of someone who was young and pretty naive at the time when it happened.
Now looking back on it, the enemy already had a plan in place and I fell right into his trap. I I met this guy. I was out doing some things that I had no business. I was partying, I was, drinking, I was smoking weed. It came to a point where he started being very controlling. He was very abusive, physically, mentally, emotionally. Like, at first he's like nice and he's just all, like, oh yeah, he's all into just everything and just allowing me to do stuff. He's really mean. He's just really mean, real slow. So then once I am in, now it's like, okay, the gate, the bars, the what is it called? The gates have closed. This is now becoming a prison. He had me locked up in the house all day. Locks on the door to where we couldn't leave the house. He had hit me and knocked me over the sofa, like over the couch, over to the other side of the living room. The part that breaks my heart. I don't even want to break down. Oof. Anyway, he pulls me into the room, and like I said, the 3-year-old daughter slept in the bed with me, and I want to cry. he is like beating me. Like he's just like, all I know is I see his hand just, I don't even feel it. I'm so mad and I'm so concerned about, oh my gosh, not in front of the babies, not in front of the kids, not in front of the kids. And I just wanted to like just pick her up and just tell her like go in the living room. I just wanted to like just take her out of there. It's closed partially, and if it's bloodshot red, like it's red, it looks scary. It looks like something from a movie. It's white. This is split open, and it's white like cottage cheese, like hanging out of my eye right here. And he was like, I'll find out if you told him. And if you told him, then he basically threatened me or threatened my life. I know it sounds crazy, and this is like super embarrassing as I tell this, but hey, it is what it is. And I hope that somebody um, gets some type of help from this. And at the end of this, you realize that you can get out of this situation. You don't have to deal with it. I thought I had to deal with it, but I didn't. And welcome back if you are a returning guest, and welcome if you are new. My name is Saida, and I am back for another week. I kind of missed the week mark, but I'm here. I'm thankfully healed from the sickness that I was suffering with last time, and I'm also back to work. So I hope your week is going good. I wanted to come on here, and as I've been saying in some of my other videos, I feel like I wanted to start getting into more of what God has really done for me and what He's healed me from and delivered me from, and just different situations that are deeper than what I've been talking about. And so I'm like, oh man, where do I start? Oh my gosh, I have so much that I can tell. And I just recently was working yesterday with a fabulous FO or first officer, and she was asking me different questions. And from us having a conversation and getting into those questions, I kind of started telling a little bit of my story, just a little part of it to her from different pieces of my life. And so I was like, you know what? When I was talking to her, the Holy Spirit reminded me this is what I was going to be mentioning on here as well. So I was like, okay, well, it's time. I'm going to go ahead and start diving into some of that. I do want to say that um, I might have to break this up into different parts because I know that it can get a little long, and I don't want to make the videos too long, but then at the same time, it's like you can always pause it and come back, or you might have to wait until next week to get some of the information, or I might try to be able to record in between my trips and everything. If I'm able to, I'll try to maybe do another one before the week ends to try to finish it out. I don't know how that's going to go, but we'll see. But I do want to say that it will, my videos will be a little bit longer when telling these parts, because it is more in depth. And then, once you kind of get into it, it's like, I don't know about you, but I know when I'm listening to someone, I'm like, oh, what happened? What happened? Like, I want to know the next part of it. And so I am going to try to keep it more concise. I'm still learning. I'm still growing. This is still new for me, sitting in front of the camera and talking, and nobody's talking to me, and I don't know who's listening, and I don't know who's watching. And so I'm trying to get better with being more concise um, and staying on track, and you know doing what I came here to do. So without further ado, let's get into it. So what I was talking to my coworker about was a time in my life when I was in a very bad relationship. In that relationship, so let me just start from the top. And I really didn't prepare, like I didn't go through the whole thing. It's just like I don't even know how we got on the subject, but we just kind of started talking about it, and then I kind of told her bits and pieces of where it was. So for the purposes of this, I'm going to try to start from the top of when this person entered my life. Okay, so I was 19, I believe. It was maybe around like 2008 or something like that. And I moved. Okay, so I graduated high school and I moved to Wisconsin. um, a little bit more about that is like my family lived, I had family in Wisconsin that I wanted to get to know. And so I moved to Wisconsin. I grew up in foster care in a whole nother state. And so I was like, well, I'm graduating high school. I can go and get to know my family. So, excuse me, I'm sorry. So I said, okay, well, I'm going to go there. I ended up signing up for a community college because I did not get any scholarship. Well, I got some scholarships, but it wasn't enough to pay for college. And then I was staying with family members. And after some time, the family members decided that it was best for me to move out for various reasons that I won't go into right now. But I ended up moving out, and I didn't have anywhere to go. And so, right before I moved out, maybe a week or two, and I'm telling y'all, the enemy has a plan. You got to be ready. You got to be vigilant because, and at this time, I didn't know this, but like now looking back on it, the enemy already had a plan in place, and I fell right into his trap. So, I was, um, you know, I met this guy. I was out doing some things that I had no business. I was partying. I was, drinking. I was smoking weed. That's the only thing I've ever done was just, smoke weed and drink and stuff like that. But I was just out and I was just living life. I was a 19-year-old. I'm in a new city. I've never grew up in the city, so I'm getting to know people. I'm learning, I don't know anything about the city. I'm naive, I'm young, whatever. So this guy pulls up and me and my some of the girls that I was hanging out with at the time, we are out late because we had came from partying and so we're just out and we aren't just out. I don't want to go into that because then it will take me down a rabbit hole to explain that part. But I'll get into that later on maybe another episode. But for the purpose of this episode and getting to this guy, so he pulls up in a van and he actually I'm gonna say he pulls up in his car. It doesn't, you know what? It doesn't even matter. If he ever was to see this, which I don't think he will, and honestly, I don't really care. But if he ever was to see this, he's gonna know who he is anyway. But he pulls up in his van and he is charming and things like that. And so as I'm walking up to the van, I'm high, I'm drunk, I've been partying, like I'm just totally just, out there. But I hear like the Holy Spirit, which I didn't realize at the time. I hear the Holy Spirit, and in the sky, in like purple letters, I kind of see no, and it's underlined. But it happened so quick and I didn't really realize it and I didn't really put it together. And I'm high and I'm drunk and I'm not really, trying to hear from the Holy Spirit or whatever. And I just kind of blew it off. So I get in the car, me and the girls that I'm hanging out with, and we're talking to him. And he has drinks and he has more weed to smoke and things like that. And so we get in the car and he's looking at me. He's not looking at them. He's trying to talk to me. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'm flattered because he's older. He's like 33 and I'm 19. And, that's kind of a big gap. But at the time, I was into older guys. So I decided, well, or actually we partying, we're riding around, we're drinking, we're smoking, whatever. So he wants me to go home with him. At the time I was out and I was, sleeping around and doing things like that. Right now I am abstinent. I've been abstinent for several years. I'll get into that on another episode as well. And so anyway, of course we go and he takes me to this nice house that he says that he has keys to it and he says it's one of his houses. And so he goes to this house and, he runs me a nice bubble bath and everything. And so we're drinking, we're smoking, and his friend comes in from work. And so it actually is his friend's house, but I don't know. It was weird. He had multiple keys to multiple houses that was his friend's houses, but they were his houses to use at the time. I don't know. So anyway, I'm not thinking anything of it because I'm just having a good time, And like I said, I was under the influence. So, we, do what we do. I'm not. I want to be as transparent as possible. Um, but I hate to tell all my business. But at that time, this is where my mind was, and so we went ahead and we got busy. We did what we do. And so from that, I ended up talking to him for the next several months. And what happened was, I believe it was like maybe a few weeks before so I might have been 18 because I think it was a few weeks before my 19th birthday. And my family said by my 19th birthday that I had to leave. I had to move out and figure out my own way. And so, and then this is, it was such a shock for me, and it was so unexpected. And it was like I didn't know anything about the city. I grew up in a small town. I grew up, with uh family and friends, and I didn't know anything about like the city life. I had only been there for maybe a year or so at the time, and I was just still kind of learning. I had never caught a city bus until I moved up there. I had never dealt with all the snow and just all the different things of like, I'm going to college, and I wasn't staying in the dorms. It was just a whole different experience. So it was a lot for me, when they did say that I have to leave. And so I felt like I was pushed out of the nest and I was not ready. So anyway, I met him possibly maybe like 2 weeks or so before my 19th birthday, I believe. And so whenever I knew that after my birthday, I had to leave. And so I was like, well, I don't know where I'm going to go. And so, of course, I believe I told him about the situation. And no, actually, me and my cousin is what me and my cousin got kicked out at the same time, but we were staying in two different family members' homes. And it kind of was just like that time where it was like, okay, it's time for y'all to, I guess, get out and find your way. I don't know why they both decided to kick us out at the same time, but that's how it ended up happening. And so, but before my cousin got kicked out, I went to stay with her and her family for a short while. And then it was like, okay, now it's time for y'all to like leave and everything. And so by that time, it was like, I don't have anywhere to go. And so, of course, I told the guy, and he offers for me to come and stay with him. And, up until this point, we've been having a great time. We've been going out, we've been partying. He's been lavishing me with all kinds of this just lifestyle that I haven't seen before. He's taking me out every day. People are coming, they're asking me, serving me, asking me what do I want. He's buying me different stuff, and just, we're going to these nice fancy houses, these nice fancy, well, not all of them were fancy, but, places that I just had never seen and never experienced. And so I'm thinking, oh, this is great. Like I got an older man, and he likes me, he wants to be with me, he wants to take care of me, and just different things like that. Just, not very wise. And so as I was saying, I made the unwise decision to go ahead and move in with this man. And the story gets very crazy. I know a lot of people are probably going to be like, oh, you were stupid and all that. But I do want to try to tell as many facts and be as open and transparent as possible so that hopefully this can help someone who may be in that stage right now or experiencing something like that. So, I decide to move in with this man. He's invited me to come and live with him. And as we are, I think it was maybe like a week or so before I decided to move in, I, we were talking about it, we were discussing it, we're still going out, we're still having a great time. So we pull up to where he stays. And while we're sitting, okay, first of all, he was taking me all these lavish houses. He didn't even live in a house, he lived in an apartment. And it was not a nice, like lofty, it wasn't as nice as the apartments. It was just a regular little 2 bedroom apartment. And nothing against that. I mean, I stay in a regular little 2 bedroom apartment right now. Well, 2 bedroom, 2 bath. But at that was a regular. Like it wasn't even downtown. It wasn't like a night. It wasn't to the equivalent of the houses that we were going to. Anyway, before I even find out that information, while we're sitting in the car, he proceeds to tell me that I won't be the only one staying with him. And I'm like, huh? And he's just like, well, I have something to tell you. He's like, my baby mama is staying with me because I can't have her, my child, out on the street. And she didn't have anywhere to go and she didn't have any money. And so I have to have her here so that she can be, my child can be taken care of as well. And so at this point, we are literally outside of his apartment. I have my belongings and we are getting ready to go in the house. And remember, I have nowhere to go at this time. I don't have any more family. Well, I have family that I will stay with later, I believe, but I had already, basically, I had to leave and I didn't have anywhere to go. So I'm like, huh? Oh, okay. But he made it seem like, oh, there's nothing going on between them. They're just, she's just staying there because she has his child, and his child is like 3 at the time, and she can't, he doesn't want to have her out on the street by herself. So I go into the house, and when I enter, I meet his child's mother, and not only their little 3-year-old child, but she's pregnant with another child, which is his. And she's about 7 or 8 months at this time. And I'm like, what is going on? But mind you, I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have any money. I'm in a new city that I really don't really know like that. I don't really know a lot of people. I can't stay with my family anymore. Um, so my options are kind of limited. And so I'm like, okay, I say hi. He puts me in, like I said, it was a 2 bedroom. So he puts me in one of the rooms with his 3-year-old daughter, is like sleeping in the room, in the bed with me in the room. And I'm like, what is going on? And so he goes in there and sleeps in the other room. And I'm like, what? And he's like, oh yeah, this, I have a special bed that I ordered and I have to sleep in here because I have back issues, and then she's pregnant, so like she has to sleep in here because, she's pregnant and she needs a comfortable bed. I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds so stupid. It sounds like, what are you doing? Like, just leave. Okay, where I'm supposed to go. At this time, I was not thinking about any of that. I was just like, okay, I got to make it do what it do, whatever. So I stayed there. And as time progressed, of course, found out that it was definitely more than what he was leading on. They were actually still together, and he was trying to bring me in to be like another uh wife, or, well, not a wife. They weren't married. We weren't married or anything, but you know he wanted to have more than one woman, and he had done this before. I found out that he had brought other women and they had stayed, in this particular baby mom was the only one who was still there while he brought the other women, and the other women came and gone and she stayed around. And then I found out later that he also had two other baby mother or two other children's mothers. And I think altogether with the baby that she had while I was there, he ended up having six kids. And he did not tell me all of this from the start. Okay. And yeah, it was crazy. It was a crazy situation. So anyway, like I said, I'm being honest, y'all. I know y'all, don't judge me. I'm being honest. I'm being honest. This is what happened. So as time goes on, I realize that they are having more than just a baby mama, baby daddy taking care of the child situation. First of all, she's pregnant with his child and she's like 7 or 8 months. Okay. And so, yeah, they are still together and they're trying to bring in another woman. So, as I figured this out or come to this realization of what's going on, I am super uncomfortable, but I'm like, what am I supposed to do? I don't really know people. Only other thing I know is other guys that I've met, and I could possibly end up being in another situation like this, and I don't have money. I actually tried to get, I put in hundreds of applications. And I'm not just saying that. I mean, I literally was filling out applications every day. And it was so crazy that it was so hard for me to get a regular job. They either said I was overqualified or I was underqualified, or they didn't. I think they thought that I wasn't gonna stay long because the area that I was in, I'm very at the time I was more articulate and more um, developed in like where I came from. I learned school was important, and I did. I don't know. Basically, they said I was overqualified, even to get a job at like a fast food restaurant. I couldn't even get a job there because I was overqualified. I did not fit in with where I was. It was very urban, and it was something. I came from like a mixed area. It was a lot of like different people, white people, black people. I grew up in a college town, and so I learned a lot of different things. That this culture was a lot different, and I don't mean to, I'm not speaking against it or anything. My family is from there, and I have grown up in certain parts of the hood, or certain times whenever I was younger, I kind of, like I said, I was in foster care and stuff, and so I've kind of grown up in parts of the hood, but I did not have that hood mentality like a lot of people did in the area where I was staying. So anyway, couldn't really get a job. I applied to numerous jobs and I was not able to get hired. And I was also going to school. So at this time I decided, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and stay. I stayed, and as the time developed, I realized, okay, they're still having sex, they're still, together, all this other stuff. So I'm like, this is weird. I'm like, you know what? I don't think we should have sex anymore because you're still with her. Like, I don't want to be in here having sex with you and then you're with her. And then like some nights he would come in there and like sleep with me. And then some nights he would go her. And I'm looking like, what is this, sister wives? Like, I didn't sign up for no sister wives. Like, I'm not trying to be a sister wife. I'm like, and at the time that wasn't even a name, but you know what I'm saying. And so I was just like, so I told him I didn't want to have sex anymore. And so he agreed. But with me deciding that I didn't want to have sex anymore, he decided that, okay, well, if you don't want to have sex anymore, because so also he was taking me out. And so me and him would go out and we would still hang out and stuff. And she's pregnant, she's at home about taking care of the other child and about to have another child. And so we were still going out. We were still always like going and spending the night at these other houses, and we were going out and just doing all kinds of stuff. And so whenever I told him I didn't want to have sex anymore, well, then it was like, okay, well, you don't have to. And so now I have to stay here at the house with her and the kids. And now he out trying to find somebody else because the lifestyle that he was offering, okay, you don't want to have sex, that's fine. But I'm still, take care of you stuff. But like he's out here now with someone else and like leaving me at the home at the house with her. So I'm like, you know, it, it was a it was a rough situation. So eventually, I, she did not she was not a willing she was a willing participant to the situation, but she wasn't willing. She did not like the situation, and she did not like the fact that he was bringing other women in and that he wanted to have another woman, but she had no choice. She couldn't do anything about it. This man also, he was very powerful. He had a lot of control, and I'll kind of get into that a little bit more later, but it was not it's so easy to just say, oh, no, or to just like walk away. It wasn't like we could just have that free will to do that. So anyway, moving on. He, I eventually, me and her are kind of like clashing because, like I said, she's not fully in agreement with it. She's just kind of going along with it because, like, she doesn't have a choice because, like, this is what he wants to do. He, whatever he does, whatever he says goes. He's paying for everything. He's taking care of us. And so there's really nothing she could do about it. But she kind of would do little stuff, or she would kind of like, I won't say she set me up, but she did not offer assistance when she knew that it could possibly make the situation worse. And what I mean by that is like it came to a point where he started being very controlling. He was very abusive, physically, mentally, emotionally, and she knew of this because she had already experienced it. She had already been beaten and and abused in all these different ways. And so she kind of was like smirking whenever he started doing it to me. And instead of telling me, like, hey, like, be careful because you're setting yourself up to get beat and stuff like that, it's more so like she kind of just like helped to not necessarily set me up, but kind of in a way, because she knew certain stuff and she never offered to help me in that because she was, like I said, she didn't really like the fact that I was there. So whenever that started happening, I'm like, oh, okay, well, there's no respect from her to me as far as that goes. Like, she was cordial and stuff. We never like got into it, or we never had any issues like that, because we pretty much like we knew that we had to like respect each other to a certain amount. I think we did get in a couple arguments, and then he kind of mediated and was like, look, y'all gonna have to work it out, and you're gonna, whatever. And so but it was never anything major. But I just feel like, okay, so you ain't looking out for me in this way, and so why am I being respectful to you and being like, okay, well, we can't, I can't sleep with him anymore. So I was like, okay, so I started sleeping with him again. And then also, I'm not gonna lie, I was used to us going out and doing this. Now you're leaving me at home with her and the kids. You're trying to make me into a baby mama here. And I didn't sign up for that either. So I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go back out into the streets. And I'm not used to this. This is not what I'm looking for at this time in this age. And so I decided to start back sleeping with him, and we are now going back out and doing things, but also I'm kind of being domesticated in this um, relationship, this threesome, but it wasn't a threesome. Me and her never were sexually active with each other, and me and her never actually like had sex with him at the same time. So anyway, um, moving on. I know it sounds crazy, and this is like super embarrassing as I tell this, but hey, it is what it is. And I hope that somebody um, get some type of help from this, and at the end of this you realize that you can get out of this situation. You don't have to deal with it. I thought I had to deal with it, but I didn't. But anyway, so as time goes on, he becomes very much controlling. He's like, he at first he's like nice, and he's just all, like, oh yeah, he's all into just everything and just allowing me to do stuff. He's reeling me in. He's just reeling me in real slow. So then once I am in, now it's like, okay, the bars, the what is it called? The gates have closed. This is now becoming a prison. And we continue going out, we continue doing stuff. I eventually ended up um I would go and leave, and sometimes he would let me go off by myself and stuff. And but it was like every time that I would come back, so I was going to hang out with the people that he met me with, and he knew what kind of stuff they were doing. He knew we was all out being fast and stuff, and so of course he didn't like that, but he allowed me to go. And he allowed me to go and kind of see my family and like do some of that stuff at first. But then it got to the point to where he would no longer allow me to do any of these things. And so he actually would he every time I would come back from being out, he would just get very jealous, and he would start an argument. And then from the argument, he's like, "Oh, you were out, you were sleeping with somebody else, and you were doing this, you were doing it." And I'm like, "I wasn't doing any of that." "Oh, you were flirting with somebody, blah blah blah." And I'm like, "I wasn't doing any of that." Now, I don't I honestly think I probably was, because my mindset was like, make it where you can. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think it was to the point where he was like taking it, because he was like, "Oh, you were flirting with da 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 blah blah blah." But looking back at the situation, he had people watching me that I later found out, and he set me up a couple times with, I guess, guys or something. So I don't know. As far as like, he might have set some guy up to come and try to talk to me, and I might have willingly flirted with him or exchanged numbers or something with him, but I never actually like had sex with anybody else while I was talking to him, that I can remember. No, I didn't, because I was scared. But anyway, so yeah. So anyway, it gets crazier and crazier, and you gonna see as you continue to listen. Please listen to the whole thing and don't judge me, okay? So I am now at this point back to sleeping with him, and we are going out again. He's taking me out, but at the same time, he's kind of leaving me at the house, and he's making me he's kind of domesticating me, but um he's also taking me out still, because like now I'm back to sleeping with him and stuff. And really all of it was just really just a mind game. Like he knew how to have control. He was a mastermind at control and stuff. And so I'm young, like I'm 18 years old. I don't know, I'm 19 years old. I didn't know any of this stuff. So of course, I'm just young and dumb and just going along with the plan, because I'm thinking this is what I have to do. So anyway, I I stayed there for several months, and throughout the months, of course, um he starts to become more controlling. It gets to the point to where I had a little prepaid phone, because this is like in what, 2008 or something, and I have a little prepaid phone that I would put minutes on it and stuff. And that's what I had when I met him. And um throughout the time, I actually went and got phone, another prepaid phone, or like, is it like one of the monthly phones? I think it's like a prepaid phone or whatever. And because that phone, he would put minutes on it sometime, and then sometime I would put minutes on it, and then sometimes, how like you call them minute phones, and then like sometimes you get an answer, sometimes you don't, even though there's no minutes on there. I don't know. So he would call my phone, the first phone that I had, and he would be like, "I thought you didn't have any money to put on your phone." And I'm like, "I didn't. I don't even know how you're able to call." And so he would think that I'm lying. And I'm like, "I didn't have any money to put on the phone." So then he would so the whole time that I was talking to him, he had people watching me, but I did not know this. So of course, I'm young. I had honestly never gotten that much attention before. I came from, like I said, a small town. It was a lot of, white people. It was some black people and stuff too. But I was just really shy. I was really quiet. I was really reserved. I was really into like just, academics, and just, I was really just a naive young little girl. I didn't know any of that stuff. So when I moved to the city, I started getting attention from, first of all, I'm in Milwaukee, which is a well, where I was in the predominantly black area. I'm over here on the in the hood area, on or in just the predominantly black area. So of course now I'm getting attention from all of these different men, and I'm like, what? Like I didn't know anything about that because all I knew was like when I was in Illinois, I had my little boyfriend. He was a little older than me too, and and then I had a couple guys that I had talked to or messed with or whatever, but it wasn't anything to the magnitude of what it was here. And this is how the enemy, like as I look back, it's like the enemy had a plan and I was just falling into the traps. Okay. So anyway, I'm getting attention from everywhere. And even before I met him, I'm getting attention from everywhere. So I'm not, realizing that this is just, a trick of the enemy, like, whatever. So I was flirtatious. I'm not going to lie. I was flirtatious, but I was not, when I met him, I when we started messing around and I was staying with him, I did not sleep with anyone else because, like I said, I was scared of him. And then also, I didn't feel like, I'm with him, like we're having sex. What do I need to go and be with someone else for? And then plus, I couldn't because he had me locked up in the house all day. So whenever I wasn't with him. And it wasn't, he did not have locks on the door to where we couldn't leave the house. But what he did was, like I said, I had the prepaid phone and he would call the phone. And then if I wanted to go somewhere, like it was a time when there was like a little what's it called? Tennis court, and it was up the street from the house and from the apartment that we stayed in. And so I used to want to go to the tennis court and work out because I'm sitting here all day with the his baby mama and their young baby that she had and their 3 year old, which, the kids were they were just, they were peaches, they were fine. There was nothing against them. There really was even nothing against her. It was the whole situation in the first place. I should have never even been there in the first place. So, but I wasn't trying to, like I said, I'm young. I wasn't, this is not what I thought I was coming to. So I wasn't trying to be in there with her. And then plus, she frowning up at me and rolling her eyes, which she had every right to do. But at the time, I was just like in offensive mode, like, what you looking at me for? And so it was just an uncomfortable environment. So I wanted to go and work out down the street, or I would want to leave and go to my family's house, which I would have to catch a city bus to get there, or like two city buses to get there, depending on which family member I was going to, maybe even three city buses. And I would have to, and so what he would do was, and I'm telling you, this story gets crazier, so hang in there. So what he would do was, if I wanted to go anywhere, I had to call him first, and I had to ask him, "Can I go to wherever I'm trying to go?" If I wanted to go work out, I gotta ask him, "Can I go work out?" And at the time, I did not realize it. I found out later. At the time, he would always be like, "Let me call you back," and I'm like, "What is he having me? What does he want to call me back for? Why every time I do it? Why every time I want to go somewhere, he gotta call me back?" So it would be like 30 minutes or something. And he would call me back and be like, "Okay, you can go." And I'm like, "Okay, whatever." So then I would leave and I would go over to the little tennis court, which was maybe like 2 or 3 blocks down the street or something. And I would walk down there and I would be working out on the tennis court, running around doing exercise and stuff like that. Just by myself, with nobody out there. If, people passing by and stuff, and I would, say hi or something, or they might speak to me or something. And then I'm just like looking at my little, and we had the little flip phones with the little buttons you got to press all hard. So it wasn't like, it wasn't like how it is now. So I'm looking at my little phone and trying to, make a phone call or something because I don't want to talk while I'm around her, or, because I know she's gonna tell on me and then he can hear me. And I don't know, he might have even had cameras and stuff around the house that I didn't realize, because there were some things that he said that I was like, wait a minute, how does he know that? I was in there by myself. Like I was in the bathroom. I used to I used to go in the bathroom and like be in there, and I would make faces and stuff in the mirror, and I would like I was trying to do modeling and acting and so I would like be in there practicing basically in the mirror. And so one day he said like, you the type that go in the bathroom and be in the mirror making faces and stuff and talking to yourself. And I was like, what? But at this time, like I said, I'm very high all the time. I'm smoking weed all the time to try to get through the day, and I'm drinking all the time and partying. And it was like stuff was, it would have made sense had I been sober minded, but because I wasn't sober minded, I just kind of blew it off or whatever. So anyway, and that's a good point right there. The scripture says to be vigilant and pay attention because the enemy roars around like he walks around like a lion seeking whom he may devour. And I was getting devoured and did not even know it. And from me being under the influence, it made it worse because I did not see and hear and I did not discern certain things that I should have been able to discern. Anyway, so back to what I was saying. So it got to the point where he, like I said, he had, or I don't know if I've said this yet, because now I'm kind of getting a little confused. I didn't have to stop and start again, and then also I was telling my coworker some of the story, in bits and pieces, and so I'm not sure what I said to her and what I said on here. So I'm sorry if I repeat anything. But so then it comes to the point where he is he is he has another car that his brother had or his sister's husband had or something. I don't know. For some reason he ends up taking the car, I think, from his sister or his brother or something like that. And so it's like a little neon, I think it was, or something like that. And he would park the car on the street, like down the street from the house or from the apartment or whatever. And so I think, I don't know if I asked if I could use the car or if he started suggesting that I could use the car or something. I don't know. So anyway, I start at one point using the car and I am, but again, I have to call him and I have to ask him, can I go somewhere? And so again, it's like, oh, I'll call you back. And I'm like, whatever. So I am doing whatever I'm doing. He called me back 30, 45 minutes, an hour, however long it took for him to call me back. So he called me back and he's like, okay, you can go. And then there were sometimes when he wouldn't let me use the car and he would make me get on the city bus and the car would still be parked there. Why can't I use the car? You got a van, you got another car, and you got this car. And then I think he even had another car that somebody else had. This car is sitting here parked. I'm Why I gotta catch buses, multiple buses to get to where I'm going. But anyway, back to what I was saying. So I end up getting the car one day and I'm like driving and you know, when I look back at it, I do feel like it was somebody following me at one point in time. I was like, is this person following me? And but I just didn't really put it all together because it was just like I said, I was most of the time high, so high off of smoking weed and drinking, and I was just out of my mind. And so, anyway, um, so um, I got the car a couple times. So then going to this second phone that I get. So for some reason, I decided to go and get another phone. I think maybe one of the cellular companies, Boost or something, had a deal going on or something where you can get a phone and you pay like $30 a month, or I don't know what it was. I was paying like $15 for a prepaid card. So I said, okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and just pay for a phone, or maybe they had a special. It might have been less than even $30 a month. I don't even know. But for some reason, I decided I wanted to get a new phone. So on that particular day, I caught the city bus. I asked him, he approved it. I waited. He called me back. I got on the city bus and I went, and I caught the bus and I went across to the USA. Oh, I think it was US Cellular. I went across to US Cellular. I got the phone and the service. And then I went, my family stayed, it was like a hair store, beauty supply store there. And then my family stayed down the street. So I went down the street to my family's house and I stayed over there and I was talking to, so across from my family's house, there was a guy who was around my age. He was maybe a year or two older than me, and he was really good looking. And he lived there with his brothers and sisters. And then there was also next door to my family's house, there was I called the girl my cousin because we always hung out. You know how black people always tell my cousin, my cousin. And so I called her my cousin, but she had five brothers. So of course they're out there and they have their friends that are around. So every time that I go over there to visit my family, the guys are outside, it's hot, everybody's outside on the porch. They're, young. We're all teenagers, like, we're 18, 19, whatever. They were different ages because there was five of them. And then the guy, I think he was like maybe a year or two older than me. So he's 19, 20, something, 21 or something like that. And so I would sit out there and I would talk to the guy for several hours, like even like, I believe one time we sat there for like 3 hours and talked or something. And we were just talking, like, if you know me, I like to have in-depth conversations, and I had conversations with everybody in depth. But anyway, we were just talking. We were sitting on the stoop, we're talking. And then, of course the guys would all be looking at me and stuff like that. So it got to the point where he like I said, he had somebody watching me, but I didn't realize it. So I'm just living my life. Like I didn't sleep with anybody else. I'm just out. And so anyway, um, it got to the point where he became more and more jealous and more controlling, and he took away more and more of my privileges or my right to be out and without him and stuff like that. So I ended up, um, let me see. So there's a lot of things that happen. I want to put them in order, but at the same time, I'm telling all these details because these details are going to matter later. And plus, like, it's a story. You need details. I don't like when people tell stories and they don't give me all the details. I need all the details, please. Thank you. But anyway, so yeah. So the phone situation is going to come up later, and also the situation about him following me because, like I told you, I didn't know, and so this is all going to come out later, and you're gonna understand why I told you that part. But anyway, at the time, I was also going to college. I had said earlier in the video that I signed up for a community college. It was actually a technical college, and I was in school for nursing to become an RN. And I was just doing my general classes because it was like my first year or whatnot. And while I was in school, I was still smoking all the time, drinking, partying, all of that stuff. And I was meeting different people who were taking me further and further into that lifestyle. So I was failing some of my classes. I've never really been too good at like math and science and stuff. That was never like my thing. So I wasn't doing too good in those classes. I kind of was like so high that I kind of didn't really even care. Like I tried, but then it was like I was just like, ugh, like I just don't like these classes. Why do I have to take these classes? But I think I had gotten so far behind that or I was falling so far behind that I just couldn't keep up, and I just kind of gave up on it. So those classes I kind of was not doing so well in, and I think I even got, I don't know if they failed me or like if they just like, I don't even know. I think that I don't remember it being like F, like failed, but I definitely would have had to take the classes again. But on the other hand, my other classes I was doing really well in. So I was doing really well in English. I have always done really well in English. As you can see, I like to talk and I like to write, and I also, am a storyteller. And so that's thank God for the gift of that. And so I used to write, really well when it came to like doing like all of my other classes besides I think math and like as the math and science classes got to like the higher curriculums, I was like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. And it was just, it was those were I didn't care about those, but I cared about the English class and all my other classes. So um I made straight A's all the way through English, right? And I'm still I was in school before I actually met him. And I was um now I'm still going to school. He believes in school. He's actually going to school himself and he's going in the medical field. There's a lot of information that I don't is deeper than okay, so there's a lot of information that I don't really know how much information I want to say about this guy. Um, I'm not I'm not scared of him anymore. I'm not scared of, I know that God has me and God will protect me and things. There was a lot of trauma that I went through in the relationship and I don't want him to have any reason to even think of me ever again. I don't want him to come back into my life in any type of way. And even if he hears this video, like he might, I just don't even know how much I even want to divulge about him personally, besides what was actually happening with me because um, I don't want to, like I said, bring him back into my life and I don't want to cause a safety issue for myself or anything like that. So anyway, he believed in school. He was in school himself, and he, I would go to school. He would go to school as well. He went to a different school, and I would catch the city bus to go to school. Now, I used to have to catch 3 city buses to get to school and 3 city buses to get back to school from where he lived. Because when I lived with my family, I was able to catch maybe 1 or 2 buses. Now I have to catch 3 city buses, and I think the total time took maybe an hour and a half just to get to school and to get back home from school on the city buses. So I was upset at the time because I was just like, he wouldn't get up to like drive me to school. But it's like he did everything he wanted to do. But when it came to like, it was like certain stuff that he would do for us, for me and his baby mama or whatever. So while I'm on the subject of school, there were a couple times that he let me take the car. Like I said, he would make me wait, and then I later found out that it was because he was having someone follow me to make sure that I was actually going to school and things like that. And I wasn't able to take the car all the time. I was only able to take the car sometimes, and then sometimes it would just be parked outside or whatever. And then um, in school, I was making straight A's in English. As I ended up um, finishing school, things started getting a lot rougher at home. Like we were now at by this time, I mean, maybe not even a month in, he's already, become abusive. He's already starting to be really jealous. He's already starting to be like really insecure and just accusing me of everything and just very controlling, just won't let me go anywhere, won't let me do anything, just talking down to me all the time, um, just all kinds of stuff that, just verbally and mentally abusive, physically abusive, everything. And so by this time, I'm struggling to even keep up. And then the thing is too, what I thought was really weird and what I did not like, and this is how I ended up getting abused the first time, was because he would still go out. Like I said, sometimes he would go out and he would stay out and party, and sometimes he would take me with him, sometimes he wouldn't. And so I want to say that maybe we met during the last semester. And then, no, I don't remember. I don't remember that part of it, but I know that I was in school. So I have to get up at 6 in the morning to catch 3 city buses to get to school. He will go out, he would drink and get high and everything, and then he would come back in at like 2, 3, 1, whatever, 4 in the morning. And what happened was he expected us, me and his baby mama, no matter what time it was, we both had to get up. If we had our hair tied up because we were sleeping and stuff, we had to untie our hair, and we had to put. I don't think we came in there with our pajamas on. I don't remember that part, but I know for sure we had to untie our hair. And so we had to get up, we had to untie our hair, and we had to sit in there with him and talk to him and grease his hair and cook him food at 1, 2, 3 in the morning. Now, mind you, she just had a newborn baby. She also has a 3 year old that she's taking care of. I'm in school. I'm getting up at 6 in the morning to go to school, doing classes all day, and then catching 3 city buses to get home, not getting home till later on in the evening. And I think so sometimes I was even telling him, like, I don't want to go because, like, I got to get up in the morning. I can't. And so but he did not care about any of that. All he cared about was like, oh, when he gets home, we have to get up, we have to untie our hair, we have to come out presentable from our rooms, and we have to sit in there and talk to him and go in the kitchen and make him some food. And so the first time that I got um, abused physically was one of those nights he came in from partying, and he was like, he usually would tell his baby's mom to go in the kitchen and make him some food. And this particular night, he decides to tell me to go in the kitchen and make him some food. And I'm like, what? You go make it yourself. Like, I got to get up in a few hours to go to school. And you get perfectly capable. You just came, I had a smart mouth at the time. So, yeah. He did not like that. And so like I said, we had to untie our hair. And so I had left my hair tied here because I knew, like, okay, I'm going to go back to sleep after he get done with all this nonsense. So I left my hair tied, and it was hanging on my neck like this. And so he comes up and he's like, I said go in the kitchen and make me something to eat. But he's like saying in a joking way, like, and he's smiling and he's like high out of his mind. And I'm like, I said go in there and make it yourself. And he's like, so he keeps like getting closer as we're having this, you know, um, this conversation. And he's like, I said go in the kitchen and make me something to eat. But he's smiling. I can't even do the smile. It was like a weird, witty smile or something. He's smiling and he's like, and then so I think she was actually greasing his hair that night, or I don't know what was happening. For some, no, I don't think she was doing anything that night because I was like, why don't you have her do it or you go do it yourself? So she's just sitting there looking. And so he gets up and he eventually is like right here face to face. And he's like, I said, go in the kitchen, make me something to eat. And I was like, I said, go in there and make it yourself. Like, so he takes my scarf and he starts choking me. And I'm like, at first it was kind of like, he was just playing. Like it wasn't like really, he wasn't really choking me. He kind of just like pulled it like this and was like, I said, go in the kitchen and get me something to eat. And he just working into it because I'm just falling right into the trap. And so I'm arguing with him like in a playful way, like, and you think I'm going to change my mind. I just said what I said. And so as we are going back and forth with this, he starts pulling it tighter and tighter. And he pulls it so tight to where now my windpipe is starting to, like, I can't barely breathe to talk. And I'm at this point like, okay, whoa, hold up. Like, this is getting serious because like this dude about to try to strangle me or what. And so at that point when I started feeling like the scarf was cutting off my windpipe and stuff, and I started getting a little scared, and I was like, okay, fine, fine. And so I went in the kitchen and made him something to eat at like 2 or 3 in the freaking morning, and I had to get up at 6 to go to class. So I made him some, I don't even know, it was probably like some chili dogs or something. And I was just like, oh, this is so stupid. But anyway, so that was like the first time that he actually um put his hands on me. And actually it there I want to say, oh, you know what? this might have happened a few nights before, and this might have led up to him doing that. Or it was either that night, I know for sure he was telling me to make him something to eat, and somewhere around this time, maybe right before or right after, um, I went to go hang out with my friends that I had met, that I was hanging out with when I met him, and they were in the streets. Okay, they was out there. They was doing what they do. We was all out there doing what we do, and so we was all drinking, smoking. There was like stripper poles at the house, and they were dancing, and we at the parties and just different things like that. And so when I came and got in the car, he called me several times to come and pick me up. And this is what I was saying, like when I said like I don't know if he possibly sent guys to set me up, because I didn't at the time, I didn't think that he was doing this, but he might have had some guys come up to me and try to see if they can get my number. Um, like I said, I never slept with anybody, but he was having, I guess, guys come up to see if they can get my number, and I possibly might have gave it to him. Like I said, I was high a lot. Okay, I was drunk a lot, but anyway, so I went to the party. He knew that there was a stripper pole there, and so this is why I also say it might have been someone, because I do think I remember a guy coming up to me and flirting with me and trying to see if he can get my number. So I think I gave it to him, maybe even more than one. But anyway, because I'm thinking like I'm trying to get out of this man's house. Okay, so anyway, we he picks me up from the party, and he's calling me multiple times. Now I'm not answering because the girl, I think, that I was there for, the whose birthday it was, I think my phone might have been dead. No, I had my phone. My cousin was with me, and something happened where I think the girl might have been using my phone, because her phone was not somebody was using her phone, or something happened to her phone or something. She was using my phone, and I guess, people were, I guess she hung up on him or something. And then I didn't know she was done with my phone. And so I didn't see that he was calling me. So he called me like six times or something. I didn't answer. So when he pulls up to get me, we're like riding down the street, and we're on the way to the house. It's late. It's probably like 12, 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. And he pulls up to get me. I get in the car. I'm in good spirits or whatever. I'm, under influence. I'm like, whatever. So he starts picking an argument. He's like, why didn't you answer the phone? And I'm like, I didn't know that she had my phone, blah, blah, blah. I didn't know that you were calling. And he's like, what were you doing? And I was like, I wasn't doing anything. Like, I was just there with her for her birthday. I was just celebrating her birthday with her. And he's like, no. He's like, what were you doing? Who were you talking to? And you were sleeping with somebody, weren't you? And I'm like, no, I was not. And so he's egging me on into an argument. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? I was not doing anything. So he's like, so also my cousin had decided to leave, because she had went home early, because she went with her guy that she was talking to or whatever. She left and went with him, and she left me there, and I wasn't, well, I was went with her. And so now it also seems like I haven't been answering my phone, and my cousin left me. And so it's like, okay, what was you doing? So we're riding down the street at after midnight sometime, and he is like pressing on the gas really fast, and we're speeding down the highway, and he's like drunk and he's high, and he's like, what were you doing in there? He's cussing me out. And I'm like, I wasn't doing anything. I'm telling you. He's like, where's your cousin? Why was your cousin not there? She left. And then I think he had her number, so he called her, and I think she said she was asleep or something, and he set me up before he even got there, because he called her and he asked her. He said he was like did you leave? He asked her the opposite question, like, did you leave the party, or were you there with her, or something like that? And she was halfway asleep when he called her. So she said, yeah, because she's thinking she's, covering for me. But he asked her the opposite, like, did you um, go to the party with her? And then she was like, yeah. Or did you stay at the party with her? And she was like, yeah. And he's knowing that I'm in the car, and he's already like set it up where he basically turned the situation around and asked her the opposite question of what actually was happening, and she agreed to it because she thought that she was covering for me. So when we're in the car, I'm like, she was there, like she was with me, she ended up leaving, blah, blah, blah. And so I call her and I'm like, please, I'm like, please tell him that that you were there. Please tell him that that you left it. And so she's halfway asleep. So she's just like, yeah, like, he called me and she's like, and I'm like, please tell him. And as I'm yelling, please tell him, and we're riding down the road at probably like 90 or 100 miles per hour. I'm like, please, just tell him. And I think I had the phone on this side because he's driving. And he takes and he smacks the phone out of my hand so hard that the phone hits I'm glad it didn't hit the window because it probably would have busted the windshield because that's how hard he hit the phone. The phone shuts closed and it smacks into the um, floorboard or the dashboard and the floorboard or whatnot. And I'm like, I'm just trying to tell you, like, I was, she's not, she don't, she's halfway asleep, like she doesn't know, he's like, no, you're lying. So he's yelling at me, cussing me out, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. So then that's whenever we get to the house, and I don't know if it was like maybe the next night or like a couple nights or something like that, but he was really, really mad. And so he was trying to figure out a way to where he could basically abuse me even more. And so that's whenever the situation with the scarf happened. So that was probably the first time that I mean, I guess both of them because he hit my hand and hit pretty hard and he's yelling at me and everything like that. And then we end up going to I mean, more days pass by and I go, oh my gosh, it's so much that happened. Like I'm really gonna have to break this up because I don't even have the time and I have to really like go back and kind of remember the order of how things happen. But what I will say, because I was talking about the school. So I was in school. I was doing well in English and I was getting straight A's. So on my final, the end of semester comes, and on my final, I end up failing, like straight up just failing. And I didn't really read the assignment. I really didn't care. I was just like, whatever. Like I'm over it. I'm already going through. Oh, this is kind of how. So I was going through so much, and he was starting to become abusive and more controlling. And he was doing the craziness of waking us up early in the morning hours to get up and come and sit with him after he came out from partying and all that stuff. And so that stuff was just starting to take a toll on me. And I was just like, I couldn't really focus to get my studies done, my schoolwork done anymore because I was just so um, just high out of my mind all the time trying to escape reality. And then also just dealing with all of the craziness that was going on from him and his baby mama and stuff like that. And so I end up failing my final for English. And I don't even remember my other classes. I think I passed a few classes, like whatever, and then I think a couple of them I failed, and then a couple of them I just got completely incomplete because it was just like, yeah, you didn't do your work. You don't you yeah, I just completely bombed those like tests or whatever. So, but English was, I had worked hard. I had got all A's. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna, pass English. But at this time, I'm like, I don't even care anymore. Like, whatever. So the teacher knows me. She's always, I guess I'm like, thankfully, one of her, I wouldn't say her favorite student, but she really liked me and she enjoyed reading my work and stuff like that. So she's like, well, you've always gotten all A's. And she's like, how come I either got a D or an F on the paper. And she's like, I've never seen like the whole entire class, you've gotten all A's. How did you get, this score? And she's like, I'm like, I don't know. It's a lot going on. I'm like, whatever, like, it's fine. And this is my final. And she's like, well, I'm not going to accept this. And I'm like, what? Like, just, just accept it and just give me a C for, because I think since I had made all A's, and even if I got a D or F on the final, it would have averaged out to probably like a C for the, but I still would have passed the class. And so she's like, no, she's like, I'm not going to accept this. You have never gotten this kind of grade before, and I know you can do better, and I'm going to give you the summer to complete this. And as long as you turn it in by the end of the summer, then I will give you a passing grade. And I'm like, lady, please, like, just give me the C. I'm fine with the C as long as I pass the class. And she's just like, no. So she gives me the book and the paperwork or whatever, and she's like, fix these corrections and blah 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 and da da da. And I'm just like, so at the time, we still have those big box computers, like the big desktops and everything, like the old ones that like, make a little noise whenever they come on. So, and not everybody has a computer because this is like 2008, and a lot of people don't have computers and laptops and phones and things like they do now. So the only way I can do my paper is by going over to my family's house to use their computer. Now, mind you, I told you earlier that I was not allowed to go to my, well, I was going to my family's house, but he was having somebody watch me. And so now it got to the point where I was not allowed to go over there because he saw that I was over there and the guys were flirting with me, and that the guy across the street, he could tell probably that I liked him because we were talking for 3 hours on the stoop. And so he's to the point where he's like jealous, and he's like, I'm, like, no, you can't go over there. You're just trying to go over there and be with guys. You're just trying to go over there and sleep around. And I'm like, what? I'm going over to my family's house. I'm not even thinking about these guys. So then um, uh, I wanted to go to the library. I tried to go to the library. It was a whole thing with that too, because like I said, every time I had to be approved before I could leave the house. And he was oftentimes making it where I could not do what I needed to do. And he didn't believe that I was going over there to do my paper. He believed I was going over there to flirt with the guys. And so he would not let me go over to do my paper. Now, I didn't know anyone else with a computer. I didn't have a laptop. We didn't have, nobody else really had any like computers or anything like that. We didn't have the smartphones. We had the little flip phone. So I could not get that paper done. And I begged that teacher, I said, please, please just give me a C, please. And she's like, no. And so, of course, the summer passed, and every time I tried to go over to see my family to finish the paper, he didn't believe me and he would not allow me to go. And so I ended up getting an incomplete for the class after I did all of that work, got all A's, and then failed my final. And I wish you would have gave me a C. I could at least pass the class, but it's okay. It's all right. It is what it is. So I end up getting incomplete in my English class. And I failed some other classes or got incomplete in those because I think I dropped out of some classes like the math and science because I was just like, I can't do this. I don't know what I'm doing. And then the other classes, I think I might have passed a few of my classes. So then I'm getting even more frustrated because I'm just like, he's controlling me. He's not letting me go out. He's watching, he's checking on me every time. He's having people watch me, which I still don't know at this time. I don't find out that people are watching me until after I leave him. But when I look back at it, I'm like, oh, that's when they were watching me. And so now I can see the times when they were actually watching me, but I didn't know it. And actually, I take that back. I did find out that there were some people watching me at a job, which is going to come up soon. So at this point, yeah, things are getting rockier and rockier. And we are, he also will, like, only time I could go with my family is if he wanted to go and do something. And he would, like, for some reason, he would take his baby mama and their two kids, and he would drop them off at her family's house. And then he would take me and he would drop me off my family house. But his daughter was 12 at the time, and one of them was 12. And so she would come over. And so he would let me go to my family's house if she was with me because he felt like I couldn't sleep with anybody or anything like that or flirt if she was with me. And, you know, of course, then she can then watch me. He can go ask her what happened and then she can tell him. So he would allow me to go only for a short time if she was with me. And so, um, he ends up, we end up, I think it's like 4th of July or something. And he takes his baby mama and her family, I mean, to her family and drops her off. And then he takes me and his 12-year-old daughter to my family's house and drops us off. And then like even before this happened, like every time that he would drop me off at my family house, like because it was so many people outside on their porch and stuff and he wanted them to see, he would get out the car and it felt like that movie, what's it called? Barbershop, where the white guy gets out and he's like kissing the girl and like grabbing her booty and stuff, like trying to, you know. And so every time that he would take me over there to my family's house, he would get out the car, he would come around, and then the thing is like there was a still a hierarchy, I guess, in the relationship. And so his baby mama would be in the front, and then I would always have to sit in the back because I was younger and because she was, you know. And so, he, even if I'm like in the back, he would get out, he would open the door, and then he would, and this is the only time he really would open the door for me. And then he would come around the car where they could all see, and then he would like give me this big, nasty, sloppy kiss and grab all of my booty and stuff, like just to make sure that everybody knows that, you know what I'm saying, like I'm his. And I was just like, ugh, like I used to hate it, or I used to hate it, but you know, what can I do? So he would so then back to the 4th of July. We he drops me and his daughter off at my family's house. We go visit my family for a short time and then we are supposed to go down to his family's house, which everything is like if you at this time where my family stays and where his family stays, where his mother stays and the rest of his some of his sisters and brothers, they are about maybe 5 blocks down from where my family stays. And so me and his daughter have to walk down there. It could have been anywhere from 5 to 10 blocks, but you know, we were able to walk down there. And so we had to go down there at a certain time. So we go down there and that day was it was hard. It was very hard because it was a lot of people that stayed at his family's house. And it was not it was a lot of roaches that stayed there too. I'm just gonna be transparent. I can't even. It ain't no way to say it without saying it. It was the roaches. Was this was roach motel? Like there was roaches everywhere. There was so much roaches that when me and his daughter had to sit. We ended up getting left there. He was supposed to come get us hours later, so we had to go down there. Let's say we had to be at his mother's house at like 4 or 5 that evening. So he was supposed to come get us maybe, you know, maybe like 9 or 10 that night. But he did not come get us and take us home, and we could not leave because at this time we didn't have Ubers and all that stuff. And we could have got on a city bus, but he didn't want his daughter on a city bus. And then he just felt like, you know, he do whatever he wanted to do. So he would just leave us there sometimes until he was ready to come get us. So this particular day, he leaves us there all the way until the next morning at 6 a.m. Now, mind you, there is no room for us to sleep in. There's multiple rooms in the house, but there's his sister and her husband and their kids all staying in one room. There's the other sister and her husband and their kids all staying in another room. There's the brother and his uh, girlfriend and kids all staying in another room. There's the mom and her boyfriend staying in another room. And so all the rooms are full. The couch even has a man sleeping on it who I think was like, I don't know, an uncle or family friend or something. The chair in the living room also has a man sleeping on it who we don't know. And me and his daughter are sitting here on the couch and we are fighting off roaches. Like roaches are crawling on our hands, they crawling on our clothes, they crawling on us everywhere. Oh my gosh, it was disgusting. And they were everywhere. They were all over the house. You go to the bathroom, they're just everywhere. They're crawling on everything. They ain't even running when you turn on the light. And we're sitting on the couch and we are literally like dozing off because we're so tired. And we shooing roaches off of us and shooing them off of each other. And it was just, ooh, it was miserable. So then we I want to finish this because I'm just like I got to get ready for work, but I want to finish this part because if I start all over, it's just gonna mess me up. So, this is leading into uh kind of like the finale of him uh beating me, and so I wouldn't even say the finale because he ended up doing it again. But so anyway, he the roaches are crawling everywhere, and I am pissed. And his daughter is upset, and we don't have a say so. And then his child's baby mama is over there with his kids at her family's house, and she's going through a lot over there too because everybody's drinking, everybody's smoking, everybody's just getting all crazy. It's the holiday, people just fighting and all kinds of stuff. So he finally decides after he didn't stay out all night. Now, dude, you couldn't have came and picked us up and took us home and then went out and party and did what you had to do. Your baby mama and two kids and your other daughter and your other girlfriend or whatever I was. So anyway, he leaves us there. He comes at like 6 in the morning, and I think he didn't know his baby mom wasn't in the car because we went to go pick her up afterwards. So we get in the car, and of course I'm mad. Me and his daughter get in the back seat. So we go to pick up his baby mama and his other two daughters. And so when we pull up, his baby mama comes out and she sprayed on some kind of cheap, bad smelling cologne or perfume. And so when she gets in the car, she smells like this cheap, like bad smelling perfume. And so he's like, what did you spray? And she's like, oh, my, sister or somebody had something and I just tried it. He's like, why did you spray that? He was like, you smell bad. He was like, what was you doing? He was like, you was over there with a dude. What was you doing? So he's accusing her now. And she's like, no, I wasn't. He's like, you was over there having sex with somebody, wasn't you? Da, da, da. And he's cussing around and stuff. And she's just like, no, I was not. I just tried it because she had it. And I just tried the perfume. He's like, that smell like. And so he starts making jokes about her. And so the whole time I'm sitting here and his daughter sitting here, we tired, we irritated. We just like, I hate you right now. Like, but he's making jokes and then like he's also arguing with her and picking an argument with her because he's like, what you been doing? Da, da, da. Now mind you, he been out all night. I told you what he be doing. He picks up women and he goes and treats them out and does all this stuff that he was doing with me and with all the other what he did with all of us to get us trapped. And then now he's out with somebody else and he's doing it. So you've been out all night. So obviously he had been sleeping with somebody because he didn't come back until 6 in the morning. And he's accusing her of sleeping with somebody. So they're arguing like the whole ride home. And we're like in the back, just like annoyed, like, oh my gosh, like will you just leave her alone? Will you just shut up? Because like he's just picking an argument with her. Nobody, you don't care that you left us here all night. You don't care that we were getting crawled on by roaches and dealing with your family arguing and they're drinking and all this other stuff. And then, and so anyway, we pull up to the house. And by this time, I've been there a few months, maybe about 5 months or so, 4 or 5 months, I don't know. And so we pull up to the house and we all get out the car, and as we're getting out the car, he's still talking, he's still making jokes, he's still saying smart comments to her, still dogging her out because she sprayed on this nasty smelling perfume. It really did stink. It's I don't know, it probably smelled like bug spray. I don't know, it really did stink. It was some kind of cheap perfume. She really shouldn't put it on, but he thought she was trying to cover up that she was sleeping with somebody. So anyway, we're going up the stairs to the apartment, and it's like when you go in the, you open up the door and you go up the stairs. There's two apartments on the ground floor, the doors to those apartments, and then you go up the stairs, and there's two apartments across from each other up on the top floor. And so we're up on the top floor, and he's putting the key in, and he's just like, "Oh, you smell like blah 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 blah." It's 6 in the morning. I went to use the bathroom all night because it was roaches crawling on me when I tried to go in there and use the bathroom the first time, and I refused to have roaches crawling on my legs while I'm trying to squat and use the bathroom, and it's roaches crawling over the toilet seat and everything else. So I held my pee. Me and his daughter, we did not use the restroom because after that first time I tried to go and it was I was like, I'm not going again. I'm gonna wait till I get to the house. So we are sitting here, all of us are sitting there. She's standing here with the baby, car seat in her hand. The 3-year-old is tired, she's sleepy, she's barely awake, and he's trying to, he woke her up to walk in. He didn't carry her, and he woke her up to walk her in. And then so I'm trying to help the 3-year-old in, or me and the 12-year-old trying to help the 3-year-old in, and then the baby mama has the car seat, and we're all standing like staggered on the stairs down below him, and he's just making jokes, and he's just, and he's taking a long time to open the door. And so I told you I had a smart mouth. I was like, will you just open the door? Like, we've been waiting like, we've been out all night. We are tired. I just gotta. So he was like, what you say to me? And I was like, I'm just saying, can you open the door? Like, I gotta use the bathroom. He was like, no. He was like, he opened the door. He was like, okay, and y'all go in. He was like, and so he stopped me on the stairs, and he's like, sit down. And I'm like, what? It's 6 in the, like, I'm like, I was just saying, I gotta use the bathroom, and we all tired. And he's like, sit down on the stairs. He wants me to sit down on the stairs in the hallway where the leading to the other apartments. And I'm like, ugh. And so he stands there until I sit down. And so he's like, and don't move until I tell you to move. And I'm like, I gotta pee. And he's like, I don't care. Sit there, and you're gonna learn to stop talking back. So he goes in the house, and I'm like, I have to pee so bad. It's light outside right now because by the time we make it home, by the time we picked her up and made it home, it's about probably 7 or so in the morning. And the building is actually facing sideways to the street. And so, but I'm like, I have to pee so bad. So, me not thinking about the building facing sideways, I'm just like, I'm about to go and use the bathroom outside because I got to pee. So I walk out, and the door to get into the hallway is like loud and creaky. And so the door starts, it creaks, but I'm like, I don't even care. I just got to pee. Like, let me just deal with the consequences when I get back around from peeing. So I'm like, I'm going to just sit here, afterwards when I get back from peeing. So I go around the house, and I'm like, oh my gosh, the street is right there. And I'm like, and then the parking lot is right here. And there's people like driving by on both. And I'm like, I don't care. I gotta pee. And so I literally pulled my pants down. And I don't even remember if I got to pee or if I may have started peeing or what. And he comes around the building. He's like, oh, so you just gonna say F what I say, huh? Now, I don't cuss now. I used to cuss all the time, but I don't cuss now. So if it's a cuss word or if I imitate a cuss word, I'm just gonna say the first letter of the cuss word. So he's like, you just said F what I'm saying, huh? You said F what I'm saying, huh? Get your head in the house. And so I don't even know if I don't even know if I peed, if I peed all on myself, but he snatches me up, and he's pushing me and hitting me, and I'm going into the house. And I'm like, I just had to pee. I was just going around to pee. I was gonna sit down. I just had to pee. So by this time, I'm fed up with all of this stuff that has been going on. And I'm just like, I am over it. I'm so done with this. I'm tired of this. And so he's cussing me out. It's early in the morning. We outside. You embarrassing me in the hallway. We can't even wait till we get in the house. You cussing me out all around the building and beating me up all around the building and stuff, smacking me upside the head and stuff. So as I'm walking in the door, I say, you know what? I'll just leave. No, he said, you gonna say F what you gonna say F what I'm saying. You gonna say F what I'm saying, and you're staying at my house or something like that. And I said, you know what? I'll just leave. And before I could get leave fully out my mouth, I was over on the other side of the living room. He had hit me and knocked me over the sofa. Like I guess the little extension that leads out of the sofa. He knocked me over that, and I fell like over the couch, over to the other side of the living room. And now, mind you, his baby mom and his daughter's, his 3 year old is now in the bed because his baby mama had just put her in the bed, and the 12-year old is sitting on the couch. And when she sees that he hit me, it really broke my heart because I grew up seeing domestic violence from my parents and other people as well, some of the foster parents and just things like that. And I was all I could think about when it happened. His 12-year-old daughter started crying. She's like, "Daddy, Daddy, please, like, leave her alone, please." And he's like, "Shut up." And then he just picks me up, and she's crying and screaming, and the baby mama is just looking, and she's just kind of like, oh, man. And then, the baby's crying, and then the 3-year-old daughter, this is the part that breaks my heart. I don't even want to break down. Ooh. Anyway, he pulls me into the room, and like I said, the 3-year-old daughter slept in the bed with me. And I want to cry. Into the room, and he is like beating me. Like, he's just like, all I know is I see his hand, just, I don't even feel it. I'm so mad, and I'm so concerned about, oh my gosh, not in front of the babies, not in front of the kids, not in front of the kids. And I just wanted to like just pick her up and just tell her like, go in the living room. I just wanted to like just take her out of there. And he's just beating me, and all I know is I can see his hand, and I know he's hitting me because I'm, moving and stuff, but I cannot feel it because I'm so angry, and I'm thinking, I'm gonna kill him. And I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna kill him. And I'm like, and I'm thinking about, I don't want to take the father away from their kids, but like, I'm gonna kill this man, and I gotta think about how I'm gonna do it. And this, I'm being totally honest, this is what I'm thinking at this time. I would not kill nobody. I never would kill anyone ever. But at the time, this is how I felt because I was like, I have to get out of the situation. He won't let me leave. I just said I'm leaving, and he just beat me black and blue. So as he's hitting me, he has these big, his hands are nubs because he had frostbite when he's younger. He has on this big ring on his finger. And so I just start feeling something down my face. I feel something cold going down my face. And so I'm not hitting back because I'm like, I don't want him to kill me. I don't want him to hurt me even worse. I had found out that he had put his, not the baby mama who was there, but another baby mama who would absolutely have nothing at all to do with him. He had put her in the ICU and almost killed her because he beat her so bad. And so at this time, I think I know this information. He had also beat he had 3 baby mamas, and he had also beat the other baby mama and the one that was there and the other girls that he had came in contact with. And I knew that if I would have fought back, it would have gotten worse. He probably would have beat me so bad that I would have needed medical care, and he would not have allowed me to go to the hospital. And so I didn't fight back, but I feel something cold coming down my face. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, Lord, like, how do I ain't gonna lie, I probably wasn't calling on the Lord because at the time I wasn't thinking about God. I knew of God and stuff, but I wasn't really, as you can see, I was not living the lifestyle of, um, knowing God. And so, um, he's yelling at me, and he's not getting any reaction out of me. I'm just kind of just like I probably was, frowned up or something, but I wasn't like responding back. I wasn't trying to fight back. I wasn't pushing them off of me, nothing. I was just letting them like hit me. And I just kept looking back at the 3 year old, and I can still see her eyes to this day looking at me. And that is the part that makes me so sad. But anyway, so he is, you know, beating me, and then I don't know if maybe he just got tired or he just was seeing that I wasn't responding, or maybe when he saw like my eye, maybe it stopped him. I don't remember. I just remember that he's hitting me, and I'm falling, and then he hits me, and I fall back on the bed, and I look up at the 3-year-old, and I'm just like, oh God. And then he, is still hitting me, and then he stops, and then he's saying something, and I can't even hear because I'm so mad. Everything is just like, Ugh. So I'm in a cloud of just anger that I can't even hear, and I cannot feel anything besides the cold wetness on my face, coming down my face. And so he eventually is like yelling, and then he walks out of the room, and he's like, now get in the bed. And or no, he said, go clean yourself up or something like that. And I go in the bathroom, and my eye is swollen. I'm actually gonna try to. I don't know if I have the actual picture, but because like I said, we had the flip phones at that time. But I'm gonna find a picture that looks similar to it if I don't have the actual picture, and I'm gonna add it on here. My eye is swollen. It's closed partially, and if it's bloodshot red, like it's red, it looks scary. It looks like something from a movie. It's white. This is split open, and it's white like cottage cheese, like hanging out of my eye right here. And I know it sounds gruesome. I feel, I'm sorry for, anybody who has went through domestic violence, because I know it can be hard to like relive this. But I'm just trying to be as honest as possible and, you know, share what really happened. So anyway, my eye is like, I'm unrecognizable. I'm looking now. I have perfect vision. I've always had perfect vision. I actually have better than 2020. I had 2010. I still have 2010 vision, and was I, I looked, and I did not even recognize myself because my eye is so, it looks so crazy. It looks so scary, and it actually like kind of caught me off guard when I looked at it in the mirror, and I just remember thinking like, what just happened? Like, all I said was, I'm leaving, And from then it was just like I blacked out. He beat me, and I didn't even feel it. And, you know, and so then I think I went to sleep. I got in the shower maybe or something. I went to sleep. And at some point, my eye was looking so bad that he was like, you need to go to the hospital. Because I guess he had calmed down from his bit of rage. He's like, you need to go to the hospital. But I'm going to take you to the hospital. But you better not tell them what actually happened. You better say that you fell or you got hit in the eye, or I don't remember what he told me to tell them, but he told me to tell them something. And I was looking like, mm-hmm. And, or probably like, mm-hmm, And he was like, I'll find out if you told him. And if you told him, then he basically threatened me or threatened my life that if I was to tell him, because he was on parole, and he was he didn't want no police involvement, and he was on parole. And then, of course, all of them would have, lied and covered up for him and everything like that. And then I possibly could have, disappeared, or it could have been worse. Somebody would have probably came, and, I probably would have disappeared. So he takes me to the hospital, and he took me to the hospital. And when I went to the hospital, he dropped me off, of course, because he wasn't going to go in there with me, because then, it would obviously look like it was him, and they could have, gotten him or whatever and arrested him. And like I said before that, before he took me, he said, you better not tell them what actually happened. I think he said, tell them that you got into a fight with another girl, or tell them that you fell, or something that just obviously was not the case. And so um, I went to the hospital, went in by myself, and the doctor, a male doctor, and he came in. He was examining me, and he was asking me what happened. And so I was scared. And so I told him that I failed or whatever he told me to tell him. He told me to tell him either I had gotten in a fight with a girl or that I had failed. And so I told them whatever it is that he told me to tell them. They didn't believe me. They were suspicious. Brought another doctor in, a female doctor, to try to ask me, if what really happened or whatnot. And I honestly stuck to my story because even though it didn't make sense and it didn't sound right, and I knew that they knew, and I knew that I wanted to say, what really happened. Like I said, I was scared. I didn't want to have anybody come after me. I didn't want to disappear or end up getting. It was very serious to the point where I literally could have gotten killed and they would have never found me. And it, it kind of like, if you I was there and I know who this person was and I know what kind of stuff he did and I know how much power he had. And so I was honestly scared and I was just like, I don't want to end up disappearing. I don't want to end up, getting hurt even worse. I could have had people, he could have had people come and jump me. He could have had people it could have been all kinds of different things that could have happened because if I would have told and he would have went to jail, if he would have went to jail, then I am really sure that someone would have came after me, and I probably wouldn't be here today. But by the grace of God, I am. And so anyway, I told them what I told them. They ended up giving me a steroid for my eye to help my eye get better. At the time, I didn't even know it was a steroid. I just knew the medicine burned really bad when I would put it in my eye, and so they gave me the medicine, and I ended up taking the medicine for a while. Now, right before this happened, so around 4th of July, or maybe in June or July, somewhere around right before this happened, I had put in for a job. Like I said, I was applying for jobs all the time beforehand, but this is like I was applying before I met him. I applied like that whole first year that I moved up there. I was applying for all kinds of fast food restaurants. I was applying for everything. And like I said, I just wasn't getting hired. And even looking back at that now, that could have just been another trick of the enemy to set it up to where it made it seem like I didn't have a choice. Like I needed to, depend on him because I didn't have a choice. And so, just looking back at that, I'm like, that could have just been a trick of the enemy, just, helping me to like push me into where he was trying to get me. So anyway, I had applied for a job at a warehouse right before this incident happened because this was on 4th of July. Also, I will say remember I don't know if it was on 4th of July or if it was the day before or something. We were celebrating, I believe, 4th of July. And they had gave me some kind of, I think we were smoking kush or something, and I was also drinking a lot because I would mix drinks and I would go in there and I would sneak and drink, and I put stuff in the freezer and I was mixing drinks. I was drinking dark and I was drinking light, and I was just all over the place because, like I said, I was just trying to make it through from day to day. I was in a bad situation, and I was just like, I just didn't want to feel, I didn't want to be there, and I didn't know how to get out of it. And so this, I don't think okay, so this actually could have been why he also was mad and he ended up beating me the way he did, because I believe it happened the day before, because this is now the next day after, as he's hit me or whatnot. I've already went to the doctor. I don't know if it was maybe 2 or 3 days after the incident. I don't think it was the same day. And then, but on the day, it was either the day before or it was the day of 4th of July. And I want to say it was the day of. Yes, it was, because that incident technically didn't happen on actual 4th of July or the 5th of July. What happened was, like I said, I was mixing drinks and I was smoking Kush, which we didn't normally use to smoke. And I think Kush is a little stronger than regular weed, it depending on what kind of weed you have. And so I was mixing drinks and I was sneaking in the uh, kitchen and I had some frozen stuff and I was drinking that, and that was like mixed with like vodka or light or some type of light alcohol. And then I was also drinking with them, and they had like some other stuff. I don't even know. So I was mixing a lot of stuff and smoking, and I got so high out of my mind that I mean, it's not funny, but like I said, I kind of have a nervous laugh sometimes, and just thinking back at it, like, girl, what was you doing? You just, you know. So sometimes I laugh at myself, and I don't mean to be insensitive like I put on my earlier video at all. It's just part of like my personality. Like I am now, I have joy and I smile and I laugh all the time, and that was something I didn't have at that time, and so now it's just I'm laughing at like, why were you? What was you doing, girl? Like, what was you doing? And I'm talking about myself. So, I apologize if I laugh or something like that. I don't mean to, like I said, be insensitive, and it's just a nervous laugh. Anyway, so I get so high that I black out, and or high and drunk that I black out. And I don't know if you've ever mixed alcohol and or if you ever mixed alcohol dark and light. It don't. It's just like how in real life, dark and light do not go together. And I mixed it, and then on top of that, I was smoking Kush, and I don't even know if we were smoking regular weed too. But all of that combination, I was gone, okay? And I don't know if this really happened. This is what he said happened, and I don't know if it was just him just manipulating and just, doing this on purpose just to, but I know that I blacked out because I know that I remember I was crawling on the floor and I was laying on the floor, and I was so intoxicated that I could not get up, and I just crawled into the bathroom and I was throwing up. Now we had guests over. We had some woman, I don't even know who she was, and it was his baby mama, the kids, and then his friend whose house we had went to that first night. And so yeah, I blacked out, and he said that I got up in front of his friend and I started doing a strip tease. I honestly don't believe that. I never have believed that because I'm just like, why would I do that? Especially if I know he's sitting here. Like, I'm not gonna get up in front of his friend and start. And I wasn't even looking at his friend like that. Like, why would I? Come on now. And you're sitting here. Why would I not go to you? So I don't know. He said that that's what I did, and then he tried to tell everybody else just kind of didn't really say anything, but I guess they were nodding their head in agreement or whatever. But anyway, so I just remember crawling to I remember crawling to the bathroom floor, and I remember laying on the bathroom floor. I even remember what I was wearing, and I was laying on the bathroom floor, and I was just throwing up. And I told he was getting ready to take us over to where we were supposed to be going to her family's house. She was going to get dropped off with the kids. I was going to get dropped off with my family. That's why I'm like, okay, was this the same day? Because like I said, I blacked out. So I remember crawling on the floor and stuff. And what happened was he might have I know he took us over his family house maybe like two or three times where he dropped me off at my family's house and then we had to walk down his family's house. But I want to say it was the 4th of July because he did stay out all night. So it was either that day or the next day or something like that. It was somewhere around the 4th of July. So anyway, I at some point I think they left me at the house because I was so sick and I was throwing up, and it was embarrassing him that I was doing this in front of that I was even throwing up in front of his friend and this other lady who was visiting or whoever. So then and now maybe it was the day before. I don't know. I can't remember the exact day, but it might have been the day before 4th of July. And then we were getting ready to go celebrate do the stuff. And then the 4th of July is when he actually took us and dropped off. Whatever. It was somewhere within that time. So he was already fuming from that because I had embarrassed him. And this was not the first time that I think I had embarrassed him in front of that particular guy friend because I had gotten drunk off of beer before because we were out and I had never drank beer and that's all they were ordering. And I'm like, well, I guess I'll drink beer. So they're over there talking, and I'm sitting there by myself, and I was just like drinking. I said, oh, this is nasty. And I'm like, why do people drink this? And then I was like, oh, well, you can't get drunk off of it. So I drank like the whole pitcher of beer, and I got drunk, and I didn't realize it, and I got sick, and I ended up throwing up. I ended up getting in the car, and he had to keep stopping with that particular friend in the car, and I had to, and I ended up like having to open the door and throw up. Now that led to him basically forcing me to get drunk because it was like a punishment, and like you need to learn how to handle your alcohol. And so at some point he took me to one of the houses that we usually go to that had the bars and all that stuff set up in there. And um he had brought some tequila up, and I, to this day, I do not like tequila because of this reason. He brought some tequila up there, and he made me drink so much tequila, like he was just making me take shots and double shots and shots and shots. And I was like, I don't want any more. He was like, no, drink it. And then he had these colorful sticks, and he threw the sticks all up in, and he had a whole thing of them, and he threw them all up in the air and let them all fall on the ground. He's like, now pick up the yellow stick and pick up the, and I'm just like, what? And I'm like out of it. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. And I'm like trying to pick it up. And he's like getting mad as I'm, because he's like, you need to learn how to handle your alcohol. You need to do better. Da, da, da. And this is, like I said, after now, I think this is like, I had embarrassed him like twice because I was, drinking so much that I couldn't handle my alcohol. So anyway, um, back to what I was saying. So this stuff kind of happened. Besides him getting me drunk, I think that happened after the fact. But the other stuff happened prior to me getting um, this job. So I had already put in the application, I believe the month before in June. And so I ended up getting the job in July. You know what? That's why we were smoking. That is exactly why. Because I had went for like a couple months without smoking weed at all. So I was just drinking because I was wanting to get a job. And so I had stopped smoking weed. And so now I had gotten the job, and we were celebrating, around the 4th of July. And so that is why I was smoking weed, because they had brought some kush and some weed or whatnot, because now I had already passed my drug test and I was able to get in the job. I don't smoke anymore. This was years ago in 2008. So anyway, that is why. And then that's probably why the combination was even more lethal, because, or I won't say lethal, but more potent, because I hadn't been smoking in so long. I'm smoking kush, which is stronger, and I'm mixing alcohols, and I'm mixing alcohol and kush. So anyway, that's why I blacked out. So anyway, I got this job, and he now has beat me and messed up my eye, and it took a couple of weeks for my eye to really heal. I don't, my face was bruised, but it wasn't like black and blue. It was just like it was swollen and it was bruised, but like it wasn't like I don't remember like having, like big contusions or anything. Besides, like, I just remember my eye because it was so bad. I was just like, every day I was just looking in the mirror, and I was just like, what is, going on? And even if I wanted to cry, it would burn and stuff, for it to come down over that cut or whatever. So anyway, I get the job at the warehouse, and I'm like, this is like, I think I start like a couple days after he has hit me. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I think that's why he took me to the doctor too, because I start a couple days after he hit me. And, he wants to make sure that everything is in place for when I go to this job. So I go to this job, and I have to put on sunglasses because the light hurts my eyes, and because I'm getting like headaches and stuff, and because like my eye is like still healing, and it's like still like pretty damaged. So I have to put on sunglasses and wear sunglasses. So I went to the doctor, and I asked them to give me a doctor's note to wear the sunglasses in a warehouse. I don't know if you ever worked in a warehouse or been in a warehouse. It's not very light in a warehouse, but I had to put on sunglasses. So I put on the sunglasses, and I end up going into work, and that is, yeah, so um, I went to work at the job, and I'm kind of just going back and telling this story in detail. Like I said, all the details are going to matter. You're going to see how the details come together later, but then also there's a reason why I'm telling the details, because I do want to also hopefully offer some tips to help people early on so that you hopefully don't have to go through what I experienced. And then also, yeah, so, but I did not go back and like re relive the story in my mind prior to doing the video, because it's a lot. And like I said, I've been working, I'm on a trip. This is days later. I've been working so much. And so it's just, I don't even have the time and the space to even go into that except for doing it here. And I want it to be more authentic and not like I rehearsed it. So, anyway, like I said, let me get into it. So, I get this job and I go to work with the the sunglasses, because my eye is damaged. And so when I go to work, I end up meeting. So most of the people at this job, I'm still having trouble, making friends or talking to people. I think just like when you're, when you come from a different type of culture and stuff, I guess sometimes it's hard to fit in. Like I said, I'm not judging anybody, and I eventually fit in later on, after a while of being there. But at first, I didn't fit in with the culture of where I was. And people used to say that I'm bougie and that I talk proper and that I act like a white person. And so that was something that, and nothing against white people if anyone is watching this, but, that was some of the reasons why I didn't always fit in. But now I probably have, now I'm just a little bit of everything. I'm just ghetto. I'm all over the place. But yeah, so that was some of the issues I was having with making friends. And so nobody really was talking to me, except for there was this guy there who he ended up basically befriending me. And that was very nice. Like, even to this day, this is, what, 12, 13 years later, and like he's still one of my friends or whatnot, and I'm grateful for him. But he did come up, and him and another guy, and they introduced themselves and talked to me and everything like that. Within the first couple of days, as I'm talking to him, of course, I think he said something that made me laugh, and I completely forgot about my eye. And so I had on the glasses, but I kind of like laughed, and I, like, how you, like, your eyes go up like this. And so I could see the like shock on his face, like, because I guess he kind of seen my eye and kind of like, whoa, like, jumped or whatever. But he didn't say anything. And I think he kind of knew what had happened, even though, I was still telling everybody that, whatever he told me to say. But I think he kind of knew what happened. And so he was just very kind, and he came up and he, would check on me. And so anyway, I started getting a ride home with him and his friend. His friend was the one who had the car at the time, and so they would give me a ride home, because we would get off, I believe, at 1 in the morning, and I believe the city bus stopped running at 12. Now, mind you, told you that the man who I'm with, he will not come and pick me up or take me and drop me off. He makes me catch the bus. And so I end up getting a ride home with them, and as I am riding home with them, I would just have them drop me off around where the bus stop was. I don't think I ever told the guy that, that the bus wasn't even running anymore. I just had them drop me off where the bus stop was, and then I would walk down the block to get to the house. And at the time, I did not know that he had somebody watching me. And so while I'm at this job, I eventually find out that his friend, I believe his friend, the one that was, we had went to his house, and the one who was there for 4th of July, I believe he started working at the job at one point. And so, of course, he had him watching me, and I knew it was his friend. So I'm like, like, oh man. Well, then there was other people that were watching me even before his friend came to the job, or maybe his friend worked a different shift. I don't know. Can't remember exactly about that, but I remember his friend working there. And so there was he also had like his sister's husband, or like this other, or maybe his brother or somebody that worked there that I didn't know about at first. And one of those people eventually, because I think get a little nervous and like tense up, because people are just, I'm a friendly person, and so I'm just, talking. I'm young, we're just all laughing and kikiing and stuff. And so but I was kind of getting nervous, because I was like, I don't know who is who, and who to trust and things like that. And so eventually one of them came to me. I think I ended up seeing, after this, somewhere after this time, I ended up finding out that one of the guys that I did work with was either his sister's husband, or his brother, or something like that. And so I was like nervous. And so he came up to me one day, and he was just like, look, he was like, he want me to come back and tell on you and tell everything that you're doing, but I'm not even with that. He was like, just be careful. Like, he is, crazy, like he dangerous, and just be careful. Like, watch out for yourself, because he got people out here, and just be careful. And so that really, made me a little even more nervous. But at the same time, like I said, I wasn't really doing anything besides getting a ride home. But he wouldn't pick me up, so the bus is not running. What do you expect me to do? I can't walk from after working 8 hours or whatever. So anyway, the I continued to be friends with the two guys, and then eventually I ended up meeting a woman who became like my best friend for like 14 years. And this is kind of leading up to me escaping, I guess, the relationship. But so me and her meet, and I believe she was on a different shift at the time. And but we would have some time where we would be able to talk. And so I, she would talk to me, even though a lot of the other people wouldn't. And so we were talking, and then I think, as my eye was healing and stuff, and then, people were asking questions, and they wanted to know, as I'm, you know, out here talking to people with this eye looking all crazy and stuff, wearing sunglasses in a warehouse. And so, anyway, at some point, I guess I told her what was kind of happening or whatnot. She was having some, things going on with her, but I ended up sharing with her some of the stuff that was like happening. And so she eventually kind of was just, trying to convince me, like, you just need to leave. Like, you don't need to deal with that. Like, you just need to leave. And I'm like, well, I can't leave. First of all, I don't have anywhere to go. And second of all, he won't let me leave. And she's like, oh, forget that. Just, leave. Like, he can't make you, do anything. And I'm like, yeah, you don't know. And so she we talked for maybe a few months or so, and we, would talk while we were working and stuff. And like I said, she was on like the earlier shift, I believe, and then I was on the later shift, but our shifts kind of overlapped a little bit. And so we were able to talk and get to know each other. And so eventually things just progressively got worse at home, of course, because now I have this opportunity to go and do this modeling that he took me to, that he didn't want to take me to. And he knows that I'm trying to plan my escape. And so he's like, he's starting to get more petty. He's starting to like get more controlling and more, angry because he's like, he feels like I'm trying to leave because at this point I'm probably shut down. I'm like, don't, I don't really want much else to do with him. And the modeling situation. So I saw an opportunity to go to a large model call. It was a model call that would be you would be able to walk in front of several like real life judges from different agencies, and they would be able to, it was a model call basically. And so I begged him to take me to this model call because it was about 45 minutes away from where we stayed. And I knew that the only way I could get there is if he would actually take me. And I just felt like I would be able to make it, doing this model call. And so I begged him to take me, and he was resistant because he didn't take his baby mom to something that she had wanted to go to a few months prior. But he decided to go ahead and take me to this model call. And so we drove out to the model call, and when we got there, he came in with me. Of course, there were over 1,000 people there in the lobby, and they had judges that when you walk into the room, there was judges in there, and they were sitting at the tables. And what they said was like basically they explained it like you're gonna walk in, you'll walk past. I think it was like 6 judges at each table, and so you will walk in front of those judges, and if any of those judges give you a card, the card will have the information of like the next step on it. And so once you get a card, then you'll get to stay for the next section, and then they'll explain more about what's to come. So I go in there, I'm hopeful, I'm like, okay, hopefully this, I don't know, I just felt like I would be able to get to the next level. And by the grace of God, I did. And so I went in and I walked in front of the judges, and one of them actually ended up handing me a card. Like, I think it was maybe judge number 4, number 5. I still kind of remember. She was a blonde lady, young. I was really excited. And so she gave me a card. And so his face, when I got that card and I turned around, he was in shock. Like, and so when I got over to him, he's like, "Oh, they just giving anybody a card." So then he got up and he decided he wanted to walk in front of the judges. So he walks over in front of them, and they're like, "Okay, thank you," like, And then so he walks back. Now, when you walk, it's so many people that you're just walking in one line. You just walk, and then if you don't get a card, you have to leave. If you get a card, you get to stay. And so he turns around and walks back, and then he goes over to the other table of judges, and then he tries to walk in front of them, and they're all like, "Okay, thank you, sir. Like, keep it moving." And so he's so mad at this time because he's just like, like he's looking like, how did she, get a card, And so then he decides, of course, he's gonna stay to hear the second part of the information. So we go and sit in the second part of information. They basically say that now you're going to get an opportunity to go and walk the actual runway in front of so many agencies. I can't remember. It might have been anywhere from 30 to 100 agencies, like real life agencies from New York, Chicago, Miami, California, all these different agencies that are in the US. And so you're going to get the opportunity to actually walk the runway in front of them. You would show them your portfolio. It would be like an actual next step in the model call. And so the agencies can actually sign you right then and there if they want to sign you. And so I'm just like excited because I'm like, oh my gosh, this might be an opportunity for me to get away. And then also now I'm getting to finally explore my dream of like wanting to become a model and actress. And so he finds out the information. We drive home. He's like upset. He starts getting more upset. And this is whenever he starts, doing more stuff. Now he's, trying to, he's just doing all kinds of different stuff because now he's so mad that I ended up getting this call. And he's mad. He's mad that he took me because he knows that like I'm about to plan my escape. So I'm just gearing up for it. And then that's what happened with that situation. I was actually had an opportunity to go and do a actual real life model call in front of actual agencies, and I probably would have gotten fined, but that wasn't the way my life went. So that's what it is. So he goes and talks to, and I don't know if I already said this because like I said, I'm doing this in different sections, but hopefully I didn't. And so with the modeling thing, he goes and calls the Better Business Bureau or whatnot, and he's like, oh, they have a horrible rating and it's a scam and da da da. And so he's like, just trying everything he can to try and get me to not basically go and be able to do this modeling thing. And I'm just like, seriously. And so I believe it was a month from the time that the model thing was supposed to happen, or it could have been 3 months. It was within a month to 3 months. And so I'm like, okay, whatever. So I'm just like, planning my escape. So as I'm doing this, like I said, he's getting angry and he is trying whatever he can. So he decides that he wants me, and I don't know if I said this already either, but he wants me to go and buy things for the house. Now, I haven't been buying things for the house, and now he wants me to go buy things for the house. So he's like, oh, go pick up some toilet paper and whatever else. And so I go to the store and I get toilet paper and whatever else he was wanting me to get. And so he gets upset because I didn't get the toilet paper that he usually buys for the house. Well, what I was taught when growing up is if you when you buy it, you get to choose what you want. So I chose what kind of toilet paper I like to use because I'm buying it for the house. I still bought the big pack and everything like that. But anyway, he was just trying to find any reason he could. And he started like trying to make me pay for more stuff because he knew how much I was getting paid. He knew what day I was getting paid. So he wanted me, oh, you need to pay for this. Oh, you need to pay for that. You owe me money for this. You owe me money for that because I've been paying for this for all these months and you need to start helping out and she needs to start helping out and whatever, just trying to do whatever he can to basically take all my money away so that I don't have the opportunity to go to this model call. And so I'm getting more annoyed because I'm just like, I could tell he was doing it on purpose. And then it's like I said, his attitude was getting worse. He's still going out partying. He's leaving me at the house, with his baby mama and children. And he's still, partying. He's still waking us up, having us, I'm failing out of my first or second semester of college or whatever it was. And it was just a lot. So I'm talking to the girl at work, and then I'm trying to think of like how can I get my stuff and get out because like I have a lot of my stuff there, and he's has people watching me, and then his baby mama's gonna tell him if I leave, and then he might be around the corner parked somewhere, like, and then like I said, he had people watching us. So I believe it was somebody just sitting watching the apartment, like even when we were just there, they're just watching the apartment, just, in case we left or whatnot after, and we didn't tell him. And so I'm like, well, how am I going to get out of here? And I'm like, okay, I just need to get my important documents. I need to get my important documents. I was adopted when I was younger. And so I knew I needed my birth certificate, my adoption papers, because I know that stuff is difficult to get again. And I had a little bit of money that I had put away, not much, just maybe $100, $200 or something like that, and it was kind of like hidden in my stuff. And then I also wanted to get my belongings because I literally brought all of my stuff. He bought me 4 pair of shoes that were like $20 at like what shoe deal or something, like some little cheap store. You can have them shoes. I brought all the rest of my stuff. Like I just want the rest of my stuff and I want to leave. And so, as I'm like planning and trying to figure out like how do I get away from him, he already knows where my family stays. He already knows, he knows enough about me to where like if he wanted me to stay, like he's gonna, he could come back and or have somebody do something to where I can't leave, or where he get me to come back, or whatever the case is. So as we get closer to the model call, he is now, like I said earlier, he had he pulled me down in the basement. I believe, did I say this earlier? I think I did. He pulled me down in the basement, and he made me, he wrote down all of my cards and all of my numbers and everything like that. So he would check it every week, and he would, see if I had any extra money, if I was spending money and stuff like that. Is the credit card situation. So my cards, one day he pulled me down in the basement, and it was right before I had to go to work. And he was like, he was like, bring your purse or whatever. And he's like, he pulled out every single card in my purse, and he wrote down the number on the card, the expiration date, all the information on the card. And he asked me what the passcode was. Then he called each and every card to confirm what the passcode was and how much money was on each and every card. And that was like my bank card, my debit card, my work card, my every card that I had in my food stamp card, whatever I had in there. He basically, I don't think I had food stamps at the time because I was staying there, and I think his baby mom was giving food stamps to the address, but whatever cards I had in there, he went and he wrote them all down, and he took all the information down, and then he would call and he would check the cards to see how much money was. He called them that day, and then he would call them periodically just to see how much money is on there and what I'm doing and what I spent and stuff like that. So that was the situation with the credit cards, and he demanded that I tell him because at first, I told him, like, I'm like, why are you taking down my card information? And so then I told him, I think a fake PIN code the first time, and I didn't know he was getting ready to call, and so he ended up calling, and I told him the PIN code, and then he ended up um, he did this. He was so strategic because he knew that I had to go to work soon. I had to leave for the bus to go to work soon. And so he did it like a little bit before I had to go to work, because he knew that if I would have missed work, then I would have been, it wasn't even have been there 3 months yet by the time he did this. So it's like, if I would have missed work by not giving him the information, then he knew I could have got fired or whatever. So he was like, okay, well, the bus is getting ready to come soon, and you got to go to work. So you might as well just go ahead and tell me this information. And so he basically made me tell him all the information. He called every one of them. And then I was so mad because I really did not want to give him the information, but at the time I didn't have a choice. And so I ended up giving him that information. And like I said, he was able to call and check my accounts and be able to see what I was doing with the money. Another thing that I would say from that, and this is probably, I don't know, I'm kind of doing these videos chopping stuff, but I would say if you have cards and stuff and you have a safe, secure source to take it to, definitely leave one of them cards or something, even if it's a credit card or something that you have or something that you don't need regularly. Leave that card with a trusted source or somewhere that you can get access to it and be able to use that card when, if something like this was happening where he took all your other stuff and you were able to get away, then okay, now you have a credit card or something where you can be able to, that he doesn't have access to. So that's another thing that I would say. But yeah, that's what happened with the credit card situation, was that he wrote down all my cards and he was able to check them, and he knew the date that I got paid. He knew everything about all my information because he took all that information down. So that was what I meant when I said the credit card situation. So he he it just was just every day. It was just something. And so um as it gets closer to the date, he decides, okay, well, now I need you to start paying like rent. And guess how much he wants me to pay for rent? The amount of my check, which was like $300 a week. It was like two something, basically taking my whole entire check. And so I'm like, what? Like, that I only make this much. And so he's just like, well, it doesn't matter. You need to pay your way and all this other stuff. And so On one day, he ends up, I don't remember exactly what was going on, but I know that I got home late that night. I went straight to sleep. I ended up having, it was payday, and I had my clothes on from the day before. I think I put them back on or whatever because he's like, get up. We need to go down there and I need some money. I need money for this, blah, blah, blah. And so he takes me to the ATM and I'm like, what, like, what do I need to go for? Like, and he wants me to go and get it out with my card so that, of course, it won't show him, deducting money out my account or whatever. And so his baby mama and the kids are in the car, and then he makes me come, and I'm like so over it. I'm so annoyed. I'm so tired. I'm just like, whatever. And so I'm mad because he's taking, like I said, all of my money. He wants to take. Soon, this is payday. Like I literally just got paid at 12 midnight. This is, a couple hours later. Now you're making me go to the ATM and you're withdrawing all my money and taking all my money. And so when we get back to the house, he decides. He says, "Give me my key." What? So I've been staying here for all of these months and I've had a key. And now all of a sudden he just decides, give me my key. Cause he knows that I'm like, this, I'm gonna make a run for it at some point. And so he takes the key, he takes my two phones that I paid for. They were both prepaid, but hey, I still paid for them. He keeps all of my belongings, and the only thing he lets me leave with that day is the clothes that I had on from the night before when I went to work that I had put on to go down to the ATM. And I was running bath water to get in the shower in the bath whenever he was trying to make me go and get the money out. And so didn't even get to take a bath, nothing. He lets me leave the house with the clothes I had on and my work badge, and that's it. He makes me leave everything else there. And so at this point, I'm just like, I cannot take this anymore. Like I said, my friend is just like, just leave, just don't even go back. Like, it don't even matter. You can come stay with me and my family, whatever. And so I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, what is going on? Like, I don't know what to do. And so that day, I believe I was just like, I was fed up. I was just like, I don't know what else to do. And so I just didn't go back that night. And this is, a few months into the job, like I said, it's been people watching me, so somebody knew where I went that night. He had somebody follow me when I left the job, and I ended up going to my friend's house. She stayed with her mother, and her children stayed there with her as well. And so I ended up going to her house, and I was really nervous because I'm just like, I know what kind of person he is. She didn't know what kind of person he was. And I didn't want him to come over and, start any ruckus or anything. And also her brother was there. I just didn't want to get everybody else involved in it. But it was just like, okay, it's now or never. Like he already took everything anyway. Like either you're going to make a run for it now or you just, whatever, what are you going to do? So things turn rapidly. So that night, I leave and I go to her house. The next morning, I wake up. She went and got me a couple shirts from the store for me to change and put on a different shirt so I can go to work. I had on some jeans or whatever. We go to work, and like the whole time, I'm like nervous because I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared. Like he's gonna pop up at some point. I don't know where he's at. And so nothing happened that night. He didn't send anybody over, but like I said, he knew where I was. And at the time, I had a feeling, but I didn't really know for sure. So within the next, because now he's thinking I'm going to call the police on him and everything like this. So within that night, they removed all of my belongings from the house. And I had a lot of stuff that was in my room and in the basement. They removed all of my belongings from the house. He gave his baby mama and sisters and whoever my clothing items that they wanted. And so I didn't get a lot of stuff back. But he also made me call, I think I called his phone or something, but then he told me, no, I think I ended up calling at some point and I was like, I just want to come get my stuff. He was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And so I'm like, come on now. Like, I need my stuff. He's like, call on your phone. And so I'm like, what? So I call on my phone and I'm like, how am I supposed to get my stuff back? He's like, well, you owe me $600 for your stuff. And I'm like, what? 600, like, I brought all of my stuff. What do you mean I owe you money for my stuff? He's like, well, if you want your stuff back, then you owe me $600. Now, mind you, I'm not thinking about the model car right now. He knows the date is coming up. The date is coming up probably at this point in maybe 2 weeks or so. And so I'm not even thinking about that. I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like $600? But he's like, yeah, whenever you get paid, you can pay me the next week when you get paid, and then you can pay the week after that, and then you can get your stuff. And so I'm like, what? Like, that's all the money I'm gonna get. I only get $300 a week. Well, you owe me $600. Da da da. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So I end up staying with my friend and her family, and every day I'm just still on pins and needles because I'm like, I don't know, I don't think he's gonna let me go that easy. I know he still has somebody watching me, even whenever, every day he has somebody watching me. And so eventually, I think I'm like, okay, I need my stuff. Like, all of my stuff is over here. He ain't pay for nothing. You can keep them little shoes that you gave me. Like, just give me my stuff. And so I call on my phone and I go to meet him and pick up my stuff. And now at the time, I didn't know where my stuff was because he wanted to erase every trace of me. Like, that way, if I sent the police over there, there would be no trace of me. And then everybody would lie and be like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. She was never here. And at the time, we didn't have phones and stuff. Like, our phones weren't as good quality as they are now. So, of course, I wouldn't have been able to prove that I lived there or anything like that. And so, and then he wouldn't have had he didn't want any police involvement. Like I said, he was on parole. So I eventually call him. He picks me up. I think I had to catch the bus over to meet him somewhere. And then he picks me up and he takes me over. And I was so mad when I found out where my stuff was. First of all, I had to pay to get my own stuff back that I brought and that I paid for. But then he takes me to one of his sister's house, and they had took all of my stuff and they had put it in the basement. They put it all in trash bags besides what they had picked through. They had took all my cute clothes and shoes and all that stuff. And then they put the rest of it in trash bags and put it down in her basement. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So anyway, I give him the money. Or before I even give him the money, before we even go in the house, this is how I find out that he's been having somebody watch me the whole entire time. Did not even know it. Even on the day when I left, I didn't know there was somebody, but I felt like it was somebody watching me. So he proceeds to tell me, now the day that I had got the second phone, that was now months ago when I said I had went and got the phone. He proceeds to tell me every single thing I did that day when I left the house. I got on 3 buses, 3 city buses. I stopped over at the hair store on the corner of, and I mean, he told me street for street in order of the way that I did it. He told me every stop that I made. He told me the people that I stopped and talked to. I had met my cousins up there at the store. I was talking to them after I got on the bus. I rode down the street, and I mean, he street for street, every single detail. And I'm like, what? Like, how do you what? Like, how do you even know that? And so he said, I went over to the phone store. I came back. I went across the street to the hair store. I met my cousins. We walked down the street to my family's house. And then I went, and then he proceeds to tell me another time when I had took the car, and he tells me every single street in the order that I went, that I drove the car to where I went. And he tells me every person. So even if there was, a tracker in the car, there were people following me because he tells me I stopped and talked to my mom. I stopped and talked to this person, blah, blah, blah. I went over here to my family's house over here. I went over here to my family, like in order. I stopped at the corner store and I'm like, what? Like, how do you know that? And so he told me a couple different times, and I'm just like, and now it's coming to me like, oh my gosh, he has had people watching me the whole time. Because, like I said, it was a couple times where I was like, is there somebody following me? You know, you just have a feeling like, is there somebody following me? But then, like, you're just like, no, maybe not. No, there were really people following me every single time I left the house, and people sitting outside the house watching us to make sure that we didn't leave the house. It was crazy. So anyway, he I, gives me this shock, and I'm like, okay, can I have my stuff back now? And so we go in the house. He gives me my stuff. He acts all like nothing's going on, like, like as if this is just a normal day. And then he goes and drops me off. He already knows where I'm staying. So I believe he dropped me off over there. And he finally gives me my phones back and my other stuff or whatever. And he's like, so then he waits. Now, at this point, I believe it was a week until the model call. And with all the stuff that was going on, of course, I'm not even thinking about the model call, because how am I going to get to Chicago when he just took all my money? And I don't have my clothes, a lot of them, because they have stolen all of my good clothing that I would even wear. And I have no money to buy clothing, and now I have no money to get to Chicago. And so I think a week or two passes, the model call passes, and he is so, Lord, he calls and he's like, just talking to me, asking me questions and stuff. And he's like, oh, how did the model call go? And I'm just like, and that's when it like hit me, like everything that he did, it was strategic to stop me from going to that model call. Like, even though he let me leave, but he wanted to basically hurt me worse by taking away the opportunity that was, ahead of me. And I once again fell into the trap. And so that hurt, but it is what it is. And um I go stay with the friend and her family for a few weeks, and then things are not necessarily working exactly well there. And so I end up going to stay with a coworker, another coworker, and she had a situation going on too, but it wasn't exactly the best, but it was what all I could do at the time. Didn't have no money. Then, maybe about a couple of weeks, maybe a month later, um, or maybe a couple months later. I don't know. Can't remember exactly the timeline. But at some point, he had took all my money. And then it wasn't just the $600. I still had to pay him after that too. And he had my information. He had my cards. He had all that stuff. He kept my cards. He kept my stuff. So, he was still taking my money, even after the fact or whatever, or until I paid him whatever amount he wanted me to pay him or whatever. And so my phone got cut off because I couldn't pay the bill. And it got to the point where I literally was homeless. I was hungry. I didn't have money to buy food. I didn't have money to buy personal things I need. Like, he was taking everything that I had. And, you know, it was just, it was something. So anyway, I'm staying with this other coworker, and her mother is happens to be there, and she's staying there as well, or she comes and stays and spends the night and all that. And it's a 1 bedroom apartment, and where I'm sleeping on the couch, the mother and her boyfriend are sleeping in the living room on the couch or on the floor or whatever. And the other girl, is in her room, and it was a whole situation there too. Okay. Went from one bad situation to the next. Okay. It was crazy. I'm not gonna go into that because that's not really the gist of this story. He's coming back. Just hold on. So I go stay with this other girl, and while I'm staying there, I get to the point where I have no money whatsoever. I can't eat. I can't do anything. So guess what? The enemy already has gone ahead and he's already made plans at this place. I don't know. I'm young and dumb, still naive, still trying to figure out life, still just was dumb at the time. Okay. Fell into another trap. So the woman who is the co-worker's mother happens to know the guy who I left. And now this is when I started to find out how serious this situation really was. I knew it was serious and I knew it was dangerous and I knew he was dangerous because of some things that I had seen and heard while I was around and stuff. Um, and that's what really gave me the fear of like not wanting to run away because I knew what had happened to some other people and what could have possibly happened to me. Now I meet this woman and she says, "You were with him and he let you get away?" And I was like, "Yeah, what do you mean, you know?" And so she shows me pictures of them when they were younger because she's around the same age as him. And she shows me pictures of them when they were younger. And it's him. He got the same nubs, got the same big old head, all of that. And so she's like looking like, so he just let you leave? And I'm like, yeah, like, what do you mean, you know? And now I'm still not even knowing. This man is still has people. It's probably 2 months at this time. He still got people following me. I'm still getting watched daily and don't even know it. So anyway, she tells me about who he is or who he used to be. Now this is pre-parole. This is part of the reason why he got on parole in the first place. But this is pre-parole. And he was a force to be reckoned with, okay? And he was doing a lot of stuff. And he was a very dangerous, very powerful man. She told me about some things that he had did to people, and she told me about like, you know, he was able to just go into somewhere and he would shut the place down and he, you know, he was able to do whatever he wanted. Some of the things that we had kind of done while I was with him at first, where he was taking me all these places and we were doing all this stuff, and it was like he would go in the back and be talking and stuff, but then it's like I never really knew. I'm just, oh, you know, I'm out with, you know, an older guy and blah blah blah. And so then it started to like, I was like, oh my gosh, like, and it was the grace of God that he allowed me to get away, because there was some people, you know, like I said, his child's mother, he had beat her so bad that she was in intensive care for a long time. She had nothing at all. She wanted nothing at all to do with him. And then there was another mother who of the other child, and she didn't want anything. They sent the kids, but the kids was old enough. They was, you know, preteens and teenagers, and they was like, "You can go, but I don't want nothing to do with them." And so yeah, it was a very serious situation. I was like, wow, like, yeah. So he let me get away, but I wasn't away fully yet. So um while I'm there, like I said, don't have money, can't eat, none of that stuff. So I also find out that if you haven't figured it out yet, he had some pimp tendencies. And so he used to have a lot of women, and he used to kind of, you know, be able to do whatever he wanted to do. And so my video did cut off. So I just recorded a few minutes. And if I say something over again, I apologize because I didn't know my uh, mic had cut off or whatnot. But anyway, so he was, you know, definitely a force to be reckoned with, and he was very dangerous. And so she was just very surprised, like, he let you go. And so at the time, I thought that he had let me go, but really, he still had people watching me. It got to the point where now this is, a month or so, or I don't know how long down the line. I'm not getting any money because he's taking all my money. I'm staying with this other girl. It's a whole bunch of craziness going on around us in the house. Our mom is staying there, and me and her mom are. She's still working at the job. She didn't get laid off because I think she was on a different shift than I was, but I got laid off along with a lot of other people. And so her mom didn't have a job. And so basically, we're trying to figure out like how to get food and how to get different stuff. And so basically, her mom decides that, she wants to try to pimp me on the side. Didn't know that she was pimping me. And so she starts basically setting me up to like go out here and talk to different guys and flirt with them and stuff and try to get us food and try to get us money and stuff like that. And so she's kind of like reeling me in, and me not knowing it, I'm falling for it because I'm like thinking like, she's basically having guys that she knows or just other guys like that she sees because um, her uh, her ex boyfriend was an actual pimp, and he had a whole bunch of girls that he was actually still an active, actual real life pimp, and he was traveling around with the girls. And so she's grooming me to try to send me to him. But at the time, I don't realize this. And so she's basically just kind of having me flirt with different people and, try to get food and try to get them to buy us different stuff and basically give us money and stuff like that. And I wasn't actually like, you know, sleeping with people for money at that time. But I eventually did kind of end up sleeping with some people to get some money. And so she's just basically like grooming me over these next few weeks, trying to get me prepared to send me down to him. And so she is, it's kind of working out a little bit because I'm able to like, there's a couple guys who like are looking at me, and at the time I don't even know that they're pimps. There's pimps that are actually there in the area where we are, and they're actual real life pimps too. But of course, when I saw them, they didn't have their girls around, and they didn't look like what you see on TV where they got the whole pimp suit on and they're walking with the cane. They didn't look like that. They look like regular guys that you just see out and they're trying to talk to you and stuff. And so, anyway, we go on this journey of trying to do that. I end up actually, there's a strip club right around the corner from where we're staying at, and I end up going to eventually apply for the strip club. But before that happens, I believe is when she's like basically trying to groom me without me really knowing what she's doing. She's basically getting me prepared, and so she doesn't tell me exactly what he's doing. Like when she's like, oh, he's down in Florida or in New Orleans or something, and she's like, yeah, you can go down there and like you can make some money and blah blah blah. And so she doesn't tell me up front like everything. She kind of makes it seem like it was better than what it was. And at the time, I don't know why, but I was trusting her, and she basically was just ensnaring me in another trap. But because she was around the same age as him, and they just knew that I was just naive and I didn't come from this type of environment. I didn't know what was going on. And so anyway, back to him. He comes back. And so basically the time go a couple weeks or months or whatever pass by, don't have any money, still trying to get money, still trying to flirt with guys, do whatever I can do. I think I applied for some more jobs, still didn't get hired. And so my phone is cut off, and so who are they going to call? Of course they're going to call him because he was the person listed as my emergency contact or whatever the case was. And so they call him, and he calls me. He's like, asking me all kinds of questions, just talking to me. And I'm just talking like all casually and stuff because I'm still like, especially after finding out the information that she told me about him, and then just realizing like, that he had people watching me. And he even, like I said, he knew where I was even the night that I left from the job that day. He knew that I had went over there with the girl, the other friend, and everything because he had somebody watching me, and he told me about that as well. He told me like what I did that night, and I'm just like, yeah. So anyway, he calls me. He's like, basically just talking to me. Oh, how have you been? What have you been up to? Blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh, nothing. I've just been working, just filling my time with working, working, working. And he's like, oh, really? And so of course he's getting all happy because he's just like, ooh, I get to tell her that basically she got laid off or whatever. And so we have a conversation, and then he's like, oh well, oh, I just wanted to tell you that your job just called and they said you were laid off. And I'm like, what? I'm like, no, you're lying. I'm like, why would you, He's like, no, I'm serious. He was like, they called me because they couldn't reach you. And so they said that you were laid off. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So I called the job, and of course, it's true. I'm laid off. And so now I think it's already been probably a month or so. Now it's going into where it ends up being another month or two where I'm basically with the girl's mom, and I'm like, and she's kind of like grooming me into sending me to be with her ex pimp boyfriend, who she is like a pimp mother where they recruit girls to go and be with pimps, whatever. Anyway, so we so I'm kind of even more devastated because it's like I don't have anywhere to go. I'm staying in this uncomfortable, dysfunctional environment. I don't have any food. It was to the point the girl who, the who still she still worked at the job, but like she would cook and she would buy food, but she wouldn't allow me and her mother to eat it. She would, and she didn't like leftovers because she said she didn't like air on her food, but she wouldn't allow us to eat her food, and she would just let it sit in the fridge and let it sit in there for days. And then her boyfriend was coming over, and he was just, it was a lot. He was just every day they were fighting and all that. And but he actually was telling her like, won't you let them eat the food? And she's like, no, they need to get their own food, blah blah blah. So it was just crazy. But she let us stay, whatever. So um I'm doing what I'm doing to basically, flirting people, whatever. And he now has told me I'm laid off. And then I think within the next couple of weeks, she's like, oh, I know this guy, he'll take care of you, like he'll buy this and stuff, he'll do this for that, da da da. And so and it's like, oh, you get to go to New Orleans, you get to go to Florida, like you meet him. And like I think I caught the train down to Florida or whatever to meet him, and or New Orleans or something like that. And so I went down there. Now, before y'all get judgy, okay, it was not what you think. That whole situation was, it didn't even go the way it was supposed to go, which was good by the grace of God. I didn't sleep with not one person, and it didn't work out for him to pimp me because it was just, I have to tell about that a whole different time. But it didn't work out by the grace of God, and I ended up getting sent back to Wisconsin. It didn't turn out good. So, like I said, I'll tell you that another day. And I go back to Wisconsin, still staying, because I was only gone for about a week, I think, with him. And then I come back because it wasn't working. It wasn't working. I wasn't making no money. I wasn't sleeping over. I wasn't. It wasn't working. Okay. And so anyway, I come back, and so now her mother is kind of upset because she's just like, you messing up my stuff. And I'm looking like, what? And that wasn't the only time that she scammed me either, because she had me buy a car. It was just a whole bunch of stuff. I was just getting scammed left and right. I was just so naive and so just, yeah. So anyway, some time passes, and this is about him, so I'm going to try to go back to that. Some time passes and I stay with them, or I stay in that and with my coworker and her mom for a while. Eventually, my coworker decides that she and her boyfriend are going to move out of town. Her abusive, crazy boyfriend who is on probation, yeah, it was a whole thing. But he was getting his probation moved to another state where his family was, and she was going to move with him. So she tells us basically, like, I think we were able to stay there, but like we were gonna have to leave after a certain time because like she's moving with him. So she goes and moves with him for like a month or so, and I think me and her mom are there by ourselves trying to figure it out still. And then time passes, um, and eventually I don't remember all the details right now. It's getting later and later, and I have to be up at 4 a.m. for this to work these flights tomorrow. But and I don't want to draw it out way too much longer. But anyway, let me get back to him. So within that situation, I like I said, I could tell you that another video at another time talk about the whole pimping situation because it was a whole situation. It wasn't just him; it was a lot. But anyway, so this guy that I left, we were um we kept in contact because like I said, I was still scared. I knew he was still watching me, but I didn't know he was still watching me watch. So um I find out that up to 9 months after I left him, he still knew where I was. He still knew who I was talking to. He still had people watching me. He still had people approaching me. He still like he didn't come back and like try to make me come back because he knew that, of course he could go to jail, I can call the police or whatever. But he still had people watching me like all the time. And I did not know this. I'm thinking, oh, as the time goes on, oh, I'm free. He don't care about me no more. No, he still was watching. So anyway, some time later, oh yeah. So when I got laid off, me and some of the people that got laid off, we for some reason we decided to go celebrate. I don't know. I think we just was like, whatever. We all got laid off. Let's just go out and drink and party and all that stuff. So we decided to go out and drink and party, and it's like me and like five, six other girls or whatever from the job. And he calls me earlier that week and he's like, hey, I'm switching my number, and so I just wanted to let you know, like, you won't be able to hear from me ever again because I'm switching my number and I'm getting this phone cut off, whatever. And I'm like, okay, like, like, and so this is different because now it's a couple months later, and now I'm just like, I'm still being cordial, but I'm still like, okay, like whatever. And so, he ends up, he's like, I'm serious. I'm cutting off the this number. You won't hear from me again. I'm cutting it off on this day. And I'm like, okay. So he calls me like maybe 3 or 4 times, and he basically gives me this same spiel like over the course of the time before he was getting ready, the date that he was going to cut it off. Let's say he was going to cut it off on the 15th, and let's say he called me on like the first or something. Oh, I'm cutting this phone off on the 15th. I'm cutting it off. Da da da. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, I'm serious, you're not gonna hear from me again. And I'm like, okay, like what you want me to say. so so anyway, the night that we decide, or one of the nights that we decide, no, it wasn't that night that we got laid off. It was another like night that I went out with the same girls from the job or whatever. We decided to go out, and this is actually, I think this is a long time later. This is like months later. Anyway, I don't know. At some point, we go out and we are out partying, whatever. We leave from the place where we were. We go to the Waffle House with some guys that we met. Actually, they were driving down the highway and they yelled at the car to us, and we ended up, talking through the window. And then we ended up, I don't know, it was a wild night. We was just having a lot of wild nights. And so we end up going to Waffle House with them because we went out and then we went to Waffle House. And we're sitting at Waffle House, and this man is calling me back to back to back. He called me 42 times. And my phone keeps going off, and I look at it, and I hang it up, and I look at it, and I hang it up, and and this is like when he's telling me, "Oh, I'm gonna turn my phone off," and so I'm like, the amount of times he called me, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I think he's somewhere around. Like I think he's watching me. I think he knows where I'm at because he could see I'm with the guys, and this is he's calling me, calling me, calling, and the guys are like, "Are you okay? You good? Like like who blowing up your phone like that?" I'm like, "It's good, like whatever." And I'm sitting here, and I'm just like I know he's somewhere around, and I'm like, I hope he don't come up and say nothing or do nothing. And this is months later, and I'm just like scared because I'm just like, oh my gosh, like he is calling me so much, and I go out like to the car, and I'm looking around, and I'm like just scared out of my mind because I'm like, oh my gosh, like is he about to come take me back or like what's going on? I don't even know. And so I end up finally just turning off my phone. We, went out to Waffle House. We went and got rooms and stuff, and we just went and stayed out in the rooms and stuff and talked to the guys and did whatever. And then he ends up calling me again a couple days later. And then I think I answered the phone, and he's like, I told you that I was getting my phone cut off and that you wouldn't be able to hear from me. And I'm like, okay, I told you, okay. And so I'm like, all right, well, do what you do. And so he hangs up the phone, and then I don't hear from him for like a couple weeks. And so I'm like, you know what? Let me just call his phone. Let me just see if he really did turn his phone off or if he was just doing that because he thought that I was out, with somebody or whatever. So I'll call the phone from a different phone, and he don't know the number. And of course he answers the phone. So he was lying. He just wanted me to basically, he wanted to see how much control he still had. So anyway, he realized that, as time was going on, that he didn't really have as much control. He came back around and, tried to have sex or whatever. And he convinced me to have sex with him maybe a couple times or whatever. And over the course of that time, and then up to about 9 months is whenever I was like, I knew for sure that he was still watching me. Now, after the 9 months, I don't know exactly. I think I just kind of was like at that point. It was I think I got with somebody else, and I felt like he ain't worried about me no more. But the thing is, when I left, one of the things that I did not want to happen, and this is the reason why it took me so long to leave, even when my friend was trying to convince me, was that I left. Like I said, when I left without my anything but my work badge and my clothes that I had on. And so when I left, the when he gave me my stuff back, even though I paid for it, he kept my birth certificate, he kept my social security card, he kept my adoption papers, he kept everything that he could to be able to keep tabs on me. And this is another way that he was able to keep tabs on me because he knew someone. He was going to school in the medical field, but he also knew people in the medical field, and he would have them look me up. And so anytime I was registering my information, if I go get checked at the doctor or if I just, whatever, he was able to like look me up in the system because he had my social security number, my name, all that information. And so that was one of the ways that he was able to like keep track of me for so long. And so I just really regretted the fact that I didn't go back that day because I just feel like even if I could at least got my adoption papers, my social security card, my birth certificate, and the money that I had, which was like $100 or $200 hidden somewhere, it was, if I could have gotten that money and gotten that stuff, then it would have been so much better because he wouldn't have had all of that to be able to keep track of me. But then also, it ended up messing me up for the next year, the next school year. I wasn't able to register for school because when all this happened, it was like shortly before school whenever he had took all my documents and stuff. And so now in order for me to be able to register for school, I have to go and get all those documents again. and my adoption papers were in another state. Then my birth certificate and stuff was in that state, but my adoption papers were in another state. So I would have had to go through a whole bunch to get my adoption papers from the other state. And I didn't have time to do all that. And so I was not able to register for school the next year. And it just kind of set me back even more. So anyway, I got away, I guess. And like I said, after the 9 months, it goes into a whole nother story. It was with somebody else and just a whole bunch of other stuff happened. But what I wanted to say was that, you know, I told the details, like I said, because, you know, I wanted to paint the picture of like how this situation really was. And I think that if, you know, people that are could possibly be in this situation or heading in this situation, it could have been stopped earlier had I known earlier, um, and had I not continued to fall into the trap. What I want to say is that, like, you know, a lot of times we feel like we don't have a choice. We feel like, oh, you know, my back is against the wall. I don't have anybody. Like nobody cares about me. You might not have family that loves you. You might not have people that are there or supportive, or they just might not have it to be able to help you. Um, and, you know, sometimes we're rebellious. We want to go out on our own. I think I can handle it on my own. I'll figure out my own way. And you don't have to deal with this type of situation. Thank God that I'm still here today, because I can't explain how serious this situation was. There are people who have gotten killed. There are people who have gotten, you know, all kinds of things have happened, burned with acid, and just all kinds of different things that have happened from someone who, you know, they were in a relationship, abusive relationship with. And I know that it's not always easy when you're in it to be able to leave. That's why it took me so long before I was able to leave. But I want to let people know, like, the details that I told, if you really pay attention to that, if you don't fall into that trap early on, you got to stop this situation early on. If you feel like you don't have anywhere to go, you know, I wish I would have been in a better place where I knew of God, but I didn't have a close relationship with Him at the time. And I wish I would have had a closer relationship with God. And there's always, God will always provide a ram in the bush. If you don't know about, you know, that story of, you know, Abraham and Isaac, and how, you know, read the story of Abraham and Isaac, okay? But God will always provide a ram in the bush. And when we decide, oh, well, I'm going to depend on this person because I can't do it on my own and I don't think I have anyone else, then we are then making that person our God. We're making that person our idol, because we're saying that God is not capable of providing for us. God is our provider. He's Jehovah Jireh. And so when we decide that, oh, I'm going to go and depend on this man to pay my bills or to take care of me or to give me money, or to just be there for companionship or whatever the case is, then these are some of the type of situations that we can get into from deciding to make someone, and even a woman, like, you can, you know, men can make women their, you know, God or their idol or whatnot. And so I just want to encourage people, like, look at the signs ahead of time of, like, you don't have to go down that road. Like I said, it could have been way worse. Thank God my vision was restored. Like I said, I have 20, better than 2020. I have 2010 vision, and I've always had 2010 vision. But at the time, of course, I didn't have it for a while, and I had to take the steroid, and it took a long time. My eye used to jump. I used to have a a huge, like, dent here, and like right now, like how I'm looking tired and stuff, it gets a little bit more, like where you can see it gets a little bit more baggy and stuff like that. My eye used to twitch and used to jump for many years after this happened. My vision was impaired for a while after this happened. Thank God that it's restored now. But like I said, even now to this day, this happened in 2008. It is now 2025, and my eye still kind of has like, some twitching or some jerking that happens occasionally. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it was. And think about, I could have actually lost my eye. I could have actually lost my life. I could have actually, you know, um, it just could have been so much worse. And I thank God for watching out for me during that time, even when I was continuing to go further and further into this situation, thinking that I had no choice. You always have a choice. Like I said, God will always provide a ram in the bush. And He's done it so many times for me after this that, I'm going to end up telling more of those testimonies and more of those stories about how God has delivered me. Like, this was just one little portion of the things that I have went through. I have went through so much stuff, and this wasn't even the worst thing. You know, as bad as it sounded, it wasn't the worst thing. And I just want people to know that, like, you know, get out early if you can. You know what I'm saying? Don't allow yourself to continue to stay in a relationship where someone is being abusive to you, whether it's physically, mentally, verbally, emotionally, all of that stuff. If they're narcissistic, there is someone who I follow, Tiffany Buckner, and she has a something that she always says. The gift for idolatry is the narcissist, and when we are putting someone before God, that is idolatry. Me choosing to follow Him and think that He's the one who provides for me and I can't do it on my own, that's idolatry. And I know, like, I'm not trying to say, I'm not trying to beat anyone down or make you feel bad that you may have made this decision. You see what I did, but I want you to understand that God is omnipotent, and he cares, and even though it may not be the way that you think that He's going to come through, He will come through. And as I said, I'll share more stories and stuff and tell of how God has delivered me. God really covered me in this situation, because even when she was saying like He let you go, and there was somebody else who I met too and was like, you were with Him and He let you go. um, it was some people that it was a girl who disappeared, who when I was with him, that he it was a phone call that he had, and this girl ended up disappearing, and people were looking for her, and I think she was doing something with some money or something that he had, or maybe I don't know if he was selling drugs. I don't know what he was doing. He was doing a lot of different things, but she disappeared. And I don't remember anybody ever hearing from her again. I just remember her family looking for her and people looking for her. And so, you don't want it to get to that point. You don't want it to get to where the person is, controlling you and really locking you in the house, or really, he wasn't necessarily locking us in the house. Oh, and then I forgot to say there was one other time when he did abuse me, and that physically, and he had this huge key ring with he had all the, how he used to put the little things from McDonald's, and all those little, like, people used to make those with them geckos and all that stuff with the key rings. He had a key ring, and it was had so many key rings on it that it was about this big. And one time I was trying to explain something, and long story short, he went out of the house as if he was leaving, because he was like, "Shut up, you're lying," whatever. He always telling me I'm lying. So he went out the house, but he stood outside the door and he listened. And I tried to tell his baby mama, I said, "Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how to say it the right way. And do you understand what I'm saying?" And so he came back in and he was like, when I tell you to be quiet, you be quiet. And so I was just like, "I'm just trying to explain it. You don't understand." And so he took this big old key ring, and I kid you not, it had like probably 30 or 40 keychains on it. It was like this big, and he threw it and busted my mouth. And I even still have a little cut right here, where it cut me right here, and it busted my lip, busted my mouth, and all of that stuff. And thankfully it didn't break out my teeth. Like, it's so much stuff that could have happened, and there's just so much that to unwrap with this. And I know it's already long, so I don't want to go into like all of that. But there are options. And then if you even know anyone who, if you're starting to see these symptoms or see these signs, there was also where my family, they ended up coming. I still was in contact, with my family. One of my family members came over and kind of drove over maybe a block away from the house, and I went to go meet her in the daytime one time, and I had a cut all up my arm, and it might have been when he threw the keychain. My lip was all busted, and all of this was all, and I had a cut on my arm, and I had bruises and stuff on me, and I'm standing out there, and I'm just talking to her and stuff, and she knew that something was wrong, and but it was like I'm so far in right now, and I just kind of was just like, oh yeah, I'm good. Oh, I just scratched myself on blase blah, just sitting up here lying and covering for him. And the situation could have it did progressively get worse, and it could have been so much worse than what it was. So I just want to, really tell you, like, if you see signs of people who are, it gets to the point, because he wouldn't allow me to go over there. And so she ended up, I snuck to go out to the corner to go and meet her. If you see that, like, the person is starting to, where they can't really talk, or they can't come around their family, or just different things like that. Like, I know it's hard. It's very hard, because it's like when the person that's in it is like, you there a lot of times there's fear, a lot of times there's fear for your life, or just fear of what they'll do to you if you do try to leave. There's fear of, like, I don't have anywhere to go, and just different things like that can come up. So a lot of times the person is not going to listen to you. But I definitely say, pray for them if you know how to pray or whatnot. Pray for them, and then also try to let them know that you're still there. Even though, because there was a lot of, even my family and my cousins and my friends and stuff, they were very angry with me, because they were like, why didn't you fight back? You should have fought back. Why are you letting him hit you like that and stuff like that? And I'm like, you don't understand. Like, I'm not trying to get hurt even worse. I'm not trying to end up in the ICU. And they didn't understand. It was just like, you need to fight back, and and it's like, don't be like that. Be compassionate about it, because a lot of times, um, people go through a lot of trauma in these type of situations. They go through a lot of trauma, and it's a lot of fear, and it's a lot of danger that can be associated with this. And especially if you have children, thank God that I did not end up having children with him, because just like his baby mama who was there, he got her when she was young, when she was 16 or 17, and she didn't have anywhere to go. And he took care of her. He did all this stuff for her, and then he impregnated her, and now she's stuck, because now she has two kids. She has nowhere to go, and he knew that. And so they often prey on people who have nowhere to go, who are young, who come from bad backgrounds, who don't have family and friends to care for them and stuff. And so it's not always so easy for that person to walk away. But just know that, like, um, if you're in that situation, definitely, I would say, go to God. And even if you don't know him, he knows you, pray and ask God. And then also try to figure out um, resources or whatnot in your area, if you can, to where you can be able to get out of the situation. I know it's bigger than just walking away all the time. It can be bigger than that. And I'm not telling anybody to just leave, because, I don't want anybody to be in danger. I don't want anybody to lose their life from trying to leave. I don't want anybody to get beat even worse from trying to leave. But I'm praying for a lot of people, even though I don't know you. I've been praying over the years, just for people who are in these type of situations, in sex trafficking, in different things like this. And, I just hope that you can be able to break free, and just know that, like, it does not matter how bad the situation is. You have another choice. Even think about it. If you have to go to, like, a homeless shelter, or if you have to move and leave town and go move somewhere totally different and get away from this and get in the witness protection, whatever. If there's ways that you're able to get away from this type of situation, like, you deserve better. You don't have to tolerate someone beating on you, or someone, verbally accusing you or raping you or doing like the different things that they're doing. You don't have to tolerate that. I mean, well, most people don't unless they have you, locked up or whatever. But I honestly just I still will be praying, and I don't even know your name, but God does, and God knows, where you are, and just know that He can bring you out. You can overcome. And right now, today, I am, this is years later, and I still have trauma from this. That's why I didn't want to go back through and relive it in my mind and then go back and say it on video. I wanted to just come on here and just say it because I didn't want to relive that trauma and then relive it again on video. Whatever you see is like, I still deal with, like, I still get nervous. For years and years, I got nervous. Like, I felt like someone was watching me. Even when I moved away a few years later. I stayed there for, yeah, about 2 or 3 more years. And I moved away a few years later. And to this day, I'm like still nervous. Like, is someone watching me? Does he still have my information? Is he still looking me up? Has he typed in my name on social media? Is he following me or watching me on social media? It's just different things like that where, you don't want to put yourself through trauma where it can show up in your children, it can show up in your marriage, it can show up in just different areas of your life. And just, I really just encourage people from the beginning, if you are close to a situation like this where you feel like you don't have anywhere to go, and there's a guy that approaches you and he's, offering you all of these things, he's taking you out and all that. A lot of times, especially if they're older, and they can be your age, they can be younger than you too, but especially if they're older, it's like, you think, oh, he likes me, this guy loves me, like he wants to take care of me. And a lot of times, we have to be vigilant because the enemy has already set those traps, and all he's doing is waiting for us to fall into it. And when you fall into it, it is so hard to get out of a pit once you're in it. But if you can stop before you get in it, then I'm telling you, it is going to change your life tremendously. And so I just encourage people, like, if you're, especially younger people or even people my age now or just even older people, a lot of us have dealt with a lot of trauma. And sometimes you feel like you're not good enough. Sometimes you feel like nobody loves you. Sometimes you feel like nobody cares. But I'm here to tell you that God cares. And when I say, people say that and it sounds cliche, but it's so true. He knows where you are. He hears you. If you, go to him and you pray to him, accept him into your heart. If you haven't accepted him into your heart, and say the prayer of salvation or whatnot, you can look that up on your phone. And he can deliver you from the situation the same way he has delivered me. This is, even within the next few years after that, it didn't take it. Maybe it took about another year or two, but I was able to get a apartment. I ended up moving in with some female roommates. I ended up um, going off to the school in a different area. I went to Job Corps. I stayed there for a few months. You can look into something like that, maybe, depending on your age and all that stuff too. Job Corps provides room and board, and you can also get a certification or a technical certification while you're there if you feel like you don't have anywhere to go right now and you're out on the street or something like that. But they only accept up to a certain age, and then some of them you will have to move to wherever that particular Job Corps is and actually stay on campus there. So, look into things like that as options if you feel like you don't have anywhere to go, if you're staying out on the street. And then also, yeah, I was able to get an apartment. I was able to go to Job Corps. I moved away, went from Wisconsin to Kentucky, and then I went to Job Corps. And then within that next year, I decided to get back into church, and I started just um, going and attending church and watching church and things like that. And I was able to kind of build community. I was able to get my own place. I was able to get my own car. I was able to basically turn my whole life around from where I was out on the streets and living with this guy to becoming, self sufficient and God providing those things for me. He provided a roof over my head. He provided food where I had food stamps. I was able to get food. He provided. I had a job and I was able to keep a job, even though it was at Walmart. I worked at Walmart for 4.5 years, but it was something, and it provided me money. And don't give up. Like, if you're trying to apply for a job, or if you're trying to, apply, just don't give up. Just keep going and really lean in and just let the Lord know, like, Lord, I need you to meet me where I'm at. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. Please meet me where I'm at and help me, deliver me from this, if you really don't want to be in that situation anymore. And just know that you are loved. God loves you. He cares about you. He created you, and you deserve to be treated well. And you can get out of the situation before it gets that bad. So I'm going to leave it at that for now. I do have other videos that like I said, I'm going to share other things that God has delivered me from, because, like I said, that's just a little piece, and as I get into that, I'll share more of like my testimony and my story of like how God has really saved me from a lot of different stuff, and He can do the same for you. I will try to link maybe the domestic violence hotline, and I hope and pray that this has helped someone, and I hope and pray that it helps someone to see the signs early on and not continue in this and get trapped in this situation, because we don't want to see people get hurt and get killed and just different things like that. It's you have another choice. You have options, okay? You're the best. I'm definitely praying, even though I don't know your name. I'm praying, but if you want to put your name underneath in the comments or whatnot, and yeah, hopefully I'll be back within a few days to tell about another part of my crazy um, life. But now I'm in such a better place. I am, God has really delivered me and changed my life, and you know, um, yeah, so I'm just grateful, and I just wanted to share that, and I hope that it helps someone, and let me know in the comments.
Now for a few helpful tips.
Hello, loves, and welcome back. If you are a returning guest, thank you for coming back, and if you are new, welcome. My name is Saida, and I'll be giving some tips about how to escape a domestic violence relationship. All these tips will not apply to everyone. Every situation is different, and I cannot I can't tell you how to escape your relationship. Unfortunately, only thing I can do is give some tips about what you can do while you're in the relationship to try and help have some proof that you are being abused. Also, maybe some things that you can do to help in the long run if you were to try to get away. I don't want to encourage anyone to just leave, because I know that it can be dangerous. I know that things can happen. I know the person can come after you. I know that every situation is just different. And I definitely don't want to put anyone in danger, in more danger than what they're in. I don't want to have anyone's life threatened, or have anyone lose their life, or cause any more drama for the person. So I'm guessing that if you're able to watch this video, then you have access to a phone, and or some type of online, whether you're watching on YouTube, on the TV, or something like that. So you kind of have to use your method of whatever you have. This my situation happened back in 2008, and if you haven't heard that situation, if you haven't heard my testimony of how God delivered me or helped me out of that situation, then I would recommend going back and listening to that. But the like I said, everyone's situation is different, and I really can't tell everyone how the best way to get out of your particular situation. All I can do is offer some tips and things that I learned, or that looking back, I'm like, I could have done this differently, and I can, you know, hopefully that will help some people. But as I said, don't take this as every situation is going to work with what I'm telling you, because I know that a lot of situations are every situation is just different. I mean, unfortunately, that's the sad truth. So, what I would like to say is, I hope and pray that you're able to be set free from this type of relationship. I want you to know how important you are. If you are here, if you are on earth, if you are breathing, God has created you. He loves you. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. And sometimes we need to know for ourselves how loved we are, so that we can do better for ourselves, so we can make better decisions for ourselves. If you are able to leave, if it's a situation where you have a place to go, you have family, you have friends, you have your own place, you have a place to go where you're not actually having to really depend on this person, then of course, leave. But then it's that's where the self-esteem and the self-love comes in, of like really loving yourself enough to say, I don't have to deal with this. And even that situation can be a little dangerous. So I still want to encourage you to use caution. I still want to encourage you to pray about it. And I still want to encourage you to really take a full look at the situation. But if you're able, then do your best to try to walk away from this situation. If you are able to safely walk away, then walk away from the situation. If you're not able to safely walk away, then honestly, it's hard to tell you, because, like I said, every situation is just so different. But anyway, I'm going to say some of the things that I wish that I would have done, or that I look back and I'm like, it would have helped to do that, because of the fact that I did not have a phone to be able to record the way that I can now. At that time in 2008, I don't think we had the cloud storage and all that stuff, because we had flip phones. And so the phones that I had, those phones probably, I don't even know where those phones are. They're probably in the trash or something. They probably don't even work anymore. The batteries and stuff are old. Everything is just old. And so that kind of stuff, there was other things that I could have done at that time to help get proof of what was happening, and to help myself to better escape the relationship, is what I'm saying. And or when I did actually leave, it was things that I could have done to help, that looking back at, I'm like, okay, well, So anyway, what I'm gonna say is, so when you're if you're deciding to move in with someone, first of all, hopefully you're not, because that's just, you know, wait till you're married. But also, wait until you if you okay, you're already there. Let's say you're already moving in with someone, you're already in this situation, you don't feel like you have anywhere to go, you've already moved in. Let's say you already moved in, you're already there. If the person is abusing you physically, emotionally, verbally, things like that, if you have access to a phone, by all means, if you have access to a phone or a camera or something like that, record some of the stuff. Take pictures. Then take pictures of your scars, of your bruises. Record some of the violence that is happening. Sometimes you don't know it's going to happen. So, of course, you can't have the recorder on or something. But if you are able to, and you know, like, okay, he's getting upset and he's, starting to break stuff, and okay, turn your recorder on, put it somewhere where he can't see it, and have it playing. Because even if you can hear the volume of it, sometimes you may not be able to set it up where you can see a full clear picture. But even if you can have the volume where they can hear that you're being domestically abused. Also, if you do take pictures and video of, your wounds and different things like that, because sometimes you can't always get to the police to tell them right away. Sometimes it's years or months later or weeks later before you're able to actually get to tell, or even you could call the police and the police might come out and then they might leave. And it's just different things that happen in different situations. And so, but you do want to have some type of record, because then a lot of times it can be a he said, she said type of thing. And depending on, there's so many different situations that it's like I can't even discuss it, because it's just so, every situation is so different. But having that type of information, make sure that you back that information up on your cloud, on your device. Send an email to someone that you know, or that you know that will be there to help you or support you, that you can get that information back from. Because sometimes, they might even have, if they're like this guy, they might have access to your cloud, to your, he's going to want to know all of that different stuff, because he wants to make sure that you aren't doing stuff like this. So make sure that you're sending it to um, a trusted source, whether that be sending yourself an email on an email address that he doesn't know about, or sending it to someone else, or backing it up on some kind of hard drive, or sending it to a friend that you care about, or there's all different type of methods. Y'all probably know more methods than I do, because I'm not super tech savvy. But just make sure you're getting that information. Okay. Also, if you are you got to check your state. So certain states, if you're getting mail in that state, then if you're getting mail to someone's house, then that shows proof that you live there. So let's say you did get mail there or whatnot, and you're able. There, every situation is if you are able. Don't get yourself hurt or killed by doing this stuff. But this is stuff like there. Some situations are not as severe as others. In this situation, I technically could have done this stuff, because even though he was having people watching me and stuff, there were certain things that I probably could have done that he would not have seen or he would not have noticed. And so, if you're able, then if you do have mail going to that particular place, keep your mail. Take your mail and give it to that trusted source, that person who, your sister, your friend, whoever you can trust to be able to help you, that's trying to help you out this situation, but maybe they just can't walk you out of it. You know what I'm saying? But you might be able to give them some mail. You might be able to give them something to show that you actually do stay here. Because when he took my stuff, and he took everything out of the house, well, there was still a way that I could have proved that I stayed there. Because if I would have took my mail and took it over to my family's house or whatever the case was, then now I have proof that yes, I received this mail. It has the date stamp on there. I received this mail on this date, and I am staying here. I have mail coming to this address. There's some states where if you get mail coming to the address, like, you are a tenant. Like, it's, I don't know, the laws are crazy. But if you're able to get some mail or some type of proof that you are actually staying in this person's care, or this person's house or whatever, and that they are, if they're, whatever they're doing that is domestic violence, that is abuse, get some type of proof if you can safely get that type of proof, and send it to the trusted source, or back it up somewhere where they don't have access to your accounts or something like that. Be careful that one day they might ask, they might try to get access to your accounts. They might know how to hack into your account. Be cautious of all of that stuff, So they might have cameras around the house. I mean, there's certain different things that, I'm sorry, every situation is so different. But try your best to try to get some type of proof that this abuse is happening, and that you are actually staying at that particular address, and when the abuse is happening and how often the abuse is happening. Even if you have to write on a piece of paper and explain what was happening, put the date, put the time, put when it's happening, what put write out what you can, and try to hide that somewhere or something. Or when you if you do get a chance and you are able to still be in contact with a trusted source, your family, your friends, whoever, take that information and give it to them. Put it away somewhere. Mail it to them if you have to. You can write the letters and stuff and then go and mail it to, if you're able, go and do something like that. This is stuff that I technically could have done. I did have enough where, if even if I was visiting at my family's house, I could have even wrote it out and put it in an envelope or something. Even if I didn't tell them what was going on, I could have left that at their house. I could have left it. I could have sent it, and I could have sent the letter to myself or to them, and had them put it up. There's different things that, like I'm saying, I could have actually done that. I just didn't realize that at the time. Also, if you're moving in to a situation like this, at first I did not know that he was going to be abusive. I was naive, I was young, I didn't really know that. Even it doesn't matter what age you are, it doesn't matter. Just be cautious about situations like this. When you're moving yourself into someone else's house, beware that they can change. You can start seeing more things about them. If I would have took more time to get to know him, I would have seen how he was. But of course, if you listen to my story, then I moved very quickly. Try not to do that if you can. And just also realize that sometimes people are not always who they say they are. So, with that in mind, try to prevent situations like this from happening. I gave some tips in my other video, or I might even add this on to this particular the actual testimony of the video, so that people can hear these tips and tricks or whatever. But also, I might do a separate video, so I don't know for sure, but listen to the details of my story. I know it's long, but I told those details because if you really listen, there were so many different things that I could have done that I didn't do because I didn't realize it at the time. But now that I'm older and wiser and that I've thought about the situation, I'm realizing that, oh, wow, I could have actually done this differently. What I would recommend is, if you have a way to not take your personal documents to this person's um, environment, to where they have access to your personal documents. A lot of times when it comes to like pimps and like all kinds of any guy who is like controlling and stuff, he's gonna want that type of information. He's gonna want to get your birth certificate, your social security card, your adoption papers, whatever it is that he can get. He's gonna want to get that. He's gonna want to hold, if you have children or whatever, he's gonna want to hold those type of documents so that he can maintain control. If you don't give him access to that type of stuff, then that's going to be the best thing that you can do. If you have to take a picture or something of it, don't send those pictures and stuff to him. Don't let him get access to that. Like, whatever you can do. What I could have done is I could have kept those documents at my family's house, and then that way when I needed them, because I also had a way that I had certain items that I did not take over to his house, even though I took a lot of stuff, which I wouldn't recommend that either. Take what you need and use what you need if you're able. If you have somewhere else to keep your other stuff, then only take what you need. I ended up taking a lot of stuff, and I should have not done that because I was trusting him way too fast, way too much. And so I should have left my personal documents like my birth certificate, my social security card, all of that, my adoption papers. I should have took that and put that with my stuff at my family's house. I had some stuff that was like up in the attic or whatever at their house for the whole duration of the time while I was in Wisconsin. And I definitely could have left that stuff, my personal information like that. I could have definitely left it at their house as well. And if you have a way to do that, if you have a sister or friend or whatever that you're trying, like, you can try to send that information to them, and then you also can try to give them the actual copies of your documents, or like I said, put in an envelope, send it to their address or something, tell them to put it away for you, or take it to them if you can, or just don't even bring it if you can. I don't know, there's different ways of where you don't have to, like, if you have at work, and you go to work and stuff, you could probably maybe keep that in your locker, or you can, I would say probably just, for my case, I would have just kept it where I knew that it would have been safe, because it was over there with the rest of my items at my family's house. So try to keep those essential items out of their hands, because once they get that stuff, that is a way that they can control you. Now you need those documents for everything, right? So they can control you by keeping those documents and taking those documents away from you. And also, they can keep track of you. As you can see from my story, he was able to keep track of me for up to 9 months, and possibly even longer than that. I just, after 9 months, I guess I kind of just stopped caring. But um, you don't want them to be able to do that. So make sure that you are not bringing those important items with you. Like, of course, you might have to have a driver's license, especially if you're driving and stuff. But if you have like a state ID or something, maybe keep that somewhere else. If you have, birth certificate, social security card, anything, mail, that came to that address, anything that you can, that is going to be something that they can hold over your head, or that they can take, and then you're not able to run away or to get away from them, because that's what they're going to try to do. Okay. So one other thing that I wish that I would have done, I wanted to get my documents, right? Because I knew that those documents were important. So when it came time for me to leave, I wanted so bad to get my documents that I was like, I have to stay. I have to stay because I have to get my documents. And on the day that I did not go back, I was really upset with myself, because I said, man, I wish I would have gone back that day to get my documents. Now, the thing is, I could have gone back that day and things could have gotten even worse. He could have beat me, he could have killed me, anything could have happened. So you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you have to go back to get your documents. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you have to go back to get anything. Really, what I should have done was I should have just left everything. I should have went ahead and, or I could have went ahead and took those documents out earlier when I saw that things were starting to get worse, and it was getting, more of the situation was getting crazier and crazier. I could have actually been like, okay, let me go ahead and take my documents out, go ahead and put those on me somewhere, hide it, somewhere on my person or whatever, or in my purse or whatever it was, because he wasn't checking my purse and stuff daily or anything like that. So I could have took those documents, those important things, adoption papers, social security card, birth certificate, and the money that I had. And I could have, when I did go and visit my family for those few times, or when I did see someone, or when I snuck to the corner to see my family member or whatnot, I could have gave them that. Okay, I need you to put this away from me. Or I somehow, because I did get a couple times where I was able to go over there and see them, I could have. What I'm saying is, I should have and I could have went ahead and took those important documents out weeks before I actually even made my uh, final decision to leave. That way, because that's something that was important enough to where I did not want to leave that. I just knew that I needed that stuff, and I knew that I didn't want him to have access to that stuff. So everything else, though, the clothes, the shoes, whatever else I had, honestly, it was not worth my life. It was not worth my freedom. And honestly, it was not even worth my money. Yes, I am happy that I was able to get my stuff back, but paying $600 for stuff that I really did not even, it's material things. If you can leave this stuff behind, leave that stuff behind. Like I said, get your important documents so that they cannot keep track of you, so that they can't control you. Oh, you need this for school, you need this for work, you need this for everything that you're applying for. Try to get those important documents if you can. You can hide that on your person if you're able to, but if you or don't let them have access to that in the first place. That is the best thing. Do not let them have access in the first place. Okay. But if they have access to it, he didn't have access to it. It was in my room with my stuff. So technically he did not have access to that stuff in the first place. The only way he found it was when I left and he actually pulled all my stuff down and he went and looked for stuff to be able to try to, have that type of stuff. But beyond that, if he doesn't have access to, or he doesn't know about it, he doesn't know that you have it there, then go ahead, put that on your person, put it, in your purse or whatever, and then take it and give it to, you know, take it to a trusted source. Okay. Um, and then when it comes to like making that final decision to leave, if you cannot leave with your clothes and your shoes and material things, your life is so much more important. You can get so much more clothes and shoes and material things. There are donations, that there are places that you can go. There are people that will help you. Just like I said, my friend, she paid for me to get some new shirts and stuff in, and I was able to go to work. Sometimes it's not going to always look pretty, but what is the most important thing? My stuff, those material items, besides my important documents, none of that stuff was really that important. I really could have left all of that. And I advise you to, if you're able, just leave that stuff. That stuff is, it's material stuff. You can get it again, and you your life is just so much more important if you're able to leave that stuff. Okay. So I also talked about just praying and really asking God to come into the situation. Ask him to help you. God is not a genie. He's not always going to just deliver people from the situation, especially if you're doing things and you're putting yourself in this situation, you're going further into it. I talked about idolatry. You should, if you haven't listened to that video, definitely listen to the video of my story about what happened with me. But also keep in mind, if you, a lot of times we're caught up in idolatry. We don't even know we're caught up in idolatry. And so one of the things that, yes, God can deliver us, and he will. In certain cases, he will deliver people right away. There are certain cases where he will not deliver you. Sometimes you're going to have to help yourself be delivered by, actually, you still want to seek God and you still want to like give your life to him. But there are certain times, like there are situations in my life where he didn't necessarily deliver me from the situation. Like this particular situation, he didn't necessarily deliver me right out of this situation. At the time when I left, I was not praying and, oh Lord help me, and Lord keep, I wasn't doing all that. At the time I was just thinking, okay, I have to get out of here, and I was thinking like survival skills of like, okay, I have to get out of here. But God still protected me, because when I told you how dangerous it was, like I didn't even know it until after I left. Had he, in my situation, because he had people watching me, it was a little bit more dangerous, and I didn't even realize it. I didn't even know they were watching me until after I left. And so, even if I would have, I did not call the police on him because I knew he was on parole and I knew he would go to jail, and I did know enough to know that he would send someone after me. So I did not call the police. But even if you have a situation like that where it's like, okay, sometimes you have to be careful, because even if they go to jail, what if they get out, and then what if they come after you again? And then also in my situation, he could have sent someone after me who, it would have never even got drawn back to him, to where they would have been able to associate him with that person. He could have sent someone after me and I could have gotten killed or hurt or anything, and I would have never been able to prove that it was him. So you also have to be careful with that kind of stuff as well when you're trying to like plan your escape, because, and then, a lot of times their friends, their family, a lot of times they know about it, or they might not be in on it, but they don't really know how to help you get out of it. You know what I'm saying? So definitely, I'm grateful that God did protect me through it, even though he didn't necessarily deliver me straight from it. He protected me from death. He protected me from getting hurt worse. He gave me the mindset to like, to not do certain things, like fight back at that particular time. Not saying that you shouldn't fight back, not saying that you should, because I don't know your situation. But God helped me to he helped me while I was in it, even though he did not deliver me straight out of it. And sometimes we go through stuff, and I don't mean to sound harsh or anything, but sometimes God will allow us to go through stuff so that when we come out of it, we won't go right back into it. I was caught up in idolatry to the point where I was idolizing this man so much, and I thought, oh, he's the only person that, or I need a man to be able to help me. I need a man to be able to rescue me. And I could easily get back into that again, which, to be honest, it does come back later on in life. After this, when I get further into my story and my testimony, you'll see that I was delivered from it from a long time, but just recently, in the last few years, I kind of fell back into a similar situation to that years later. You know what I'm saying? And but we have to get out of that mindset of the insecurity of not feeling good enough, of not feeling loved, of not feeling like we have another option, of not feeling like we can escape, and then also being caught up in feeling like someone else is the one who can provide for us over God. Okay? So pray and ask God for guidance. Ask him to help you to, what should you do to get out of this situation. When we draw closer to God, when we are praying and we are fasting and we are doing, and I know that everybody cannot do this stuff. there there's so many different, who knows what the person is doing to you, but if you can draw nigh unto God, which means to like really press in, pray and ask the Lord. If you don't know the Lord, if you have not accepted him as your Lord and Savior, say the prayer of salvation. You can look up anything that's prayer of salvation, and there's multiple prayers of salvation. I put some of them on my other video. I can add them on this video as well. But go and say the prayer of salvation. Really accept him into your heart. I believe it's John 10. I don't know the exact scripture, but I'll put that on there. And just accept him as your Lord and Savior. And then just know that even if it does not change right away, there's still hope. Don't give up hope, because God can God is still there, even in our trials and tribulations. And it's so hard to like it's so hard to really explain that, because it's like, well, why would God allow me to go through this? Why would God not deliver me from this? But just like I said, sometimes he's not going to just deliver you. Sometimes you have to go through some things, because we still have to deal with consequences of our choices and our actions. And so sometimes you're still going to go through stuff. And I'm not saying like abuse and stuff is like, something that God is wanting to happen. He doesn't want to harm you or to hurt you, but sometimes he will allow us to stay in a situation that's not always the best, so that we can learn from that situation and so that we can grow. Had I not experienced this situation to the severity that I did, I would not have the mindset that I have now. I would not have probably ended up going into really trying. That situation was so severe that, yes, after that I did date a few different people. I did still was having sex and everything like that. But that, and then the next situation and the next situation, all of that stuff, once I got to the point, I was like, I cannot do this anymore. I don't even want to have sex anymore. I don't even want to be with anybody anymore. I just want to be by myself. And it took all of that to make me get to that point, to where I was like, I need me, myself, and God. And that's what helped me to start renewing my mind and changing and getting into a better situation and being able to get a place and just all of that different stuff. So anyway, yes, definitely, um, pray, press in, do stuff like that. I did take a couple notes just so I can try to remember what I wanted to say. So yeah, if you're able, then leave, because there are some situations where you're perfectly able to leave. You have your own place or whatever. You have your own free will that you can leave, but you're choosing to deal with this person. Then make a different choice, that you're worth more and that you don't have to deal with this type of situation, and walk away. Because even for me in the most recent situation, I got caught up in idolatry again, not knowing that it was idolatry, but this situation helped me to see that it was idolatry that I was dealing with all these years. And this situation, the recent situation, actually helped me to where I realized, I said, you know what? I did not have to go back. I did not have to stay. I didn't have to deal with the abuse. I didn't have to deal with, he wasn't physically abusing me, but he was just so narcissistic. He was so manipulative. He was so just verbally abusive and just mentally abusive and just everything. And I was like, and I kept going back because I felt like this is what I deserve. This is all I can get. This is, this is where I need to be, because and it was idolatry. And that's the thing, like, idolatry is not just a little statue that you worship and you praise. It's anything that you put before God. And I put this man before God, and there was so many different things that happened. I'm gonna have to tell that in a whole nother video, because this video will be way too long if I tell that. And then also, that's a whole different story. It's a whole different part of life and everything like that. But I had the choice to leave him alone. I had my own place, I had my own car, I had my own job, and I had everything in this particular situation. But I chose to keep going back to this man who I knew was no good for me, who God told me to leave alone, who my friends were telling me, this guy is no good for you, who were I was going into all of this different emotions, and I was drained, and I was depressed, and I was dealing with anxiety, and I was dealing with all of these different things. And I was getting more and more insecure, all these things that I had been healed and delivered from. And I started to fall back into that stuff of feeling unworthy and feeling unloved and feeling like this is all I could do, because now I'm caught up in idolatry again, and I'm staying with a man who, why am I even dealing with you? He is so beneath me. I had no reason to even ever allow him to even be there. So in that particular situation, this recent one, which I'll tell about in another video, uh, I could have left. If you are in a situation like that where you can just leave him alone, leave him alone. Block him, delete him. I had to block him. I had to delete him. We were on. We had added each other on social media, which I don't recommend. I usually try not to do that, but he was pushing for it. But I had to delete him and block him on all my social media. I had to delete and block his number. Well, actually, I didn't delete his number. I blocked it because I didn't want him to be able to call me. So he's blocked, but he's saved as something else. That way, I won't answer. But he's blocked that way. And then don't keep reaching out to them. Don't keep going back to this same situation. Like I said, that's a whole nother thing. I'll do another video about that and kind of talk more about that. But if you have the resources, and if you're able to just walk away and you're putting yourself through this because you feel like you have to or whatever, then, love yourself enough. Know that God loves you enough. And if you have children or something, love them enough. Love yourself enough to know that you don't have to deal with that, and you can walk away, if you can walk away safely. Because in this particular situation, after I got fed up and really tired of it, and I really thought about, like, what am I doing? Then I was like, why am I even talking to him? And I just stopped talking to him. And he has not come back around. Actually, I seen him, once or twice or whatever. And he did try to, ask me one of the times, like, why did I block him and stuff. But I just went on ahead and walked away. And I haven't seen or heard from him since. And I don't have nothing to do with him. And I don't want anything to do with him. So if you're able, walk away. Okay. And if you're not, then there's other things that you can do, that what I was just listening, what I was just talking about. And in some situations, realize that when you walk away, it depends. Like, if you stay in a small town, if he knows all your family, if he knows all your friends, sometimes there's going to be situations where you're going to have to actually, like, if it's really that severe or whatever, you're able to get away, like, you might have to leave town. You might have to start all over in a whole different area, in a whole different town, in a whole, like, you might have to do something like that. Not every case you're going to be able to do that, but know that that's something that in certain cases, yes, you might have to do it. Just like the movie Enough, just like some of the other movies where people have, escaped these type of things and these type of people. you might have to leave town. Because actually, if I would have left town, then and left everything and just went, then I may have been able to get away because he wouldn't have known how to contact me at that time because Facebook and Instagram and all that stuff wasn't that big. Also, be careful with that kind of stuff, posting on social media. If you're a person that likes to post every single thing and you're posting showing that you're here, you're posting showing that you're there, and then be careful with accepting their phone calls and just all of that stuff, because that stuff, if you move to another town and all that and you've been delivered from or you've gotten out of this relationship, you don't want to be up here posting and showing, well, I'm not showing where I'm at. Okay, they can easily see. There's technology has gotten so good where you can literally, if somebody takes a picture, sometimes you can zoom in on that picture and it'll show their location. Don't Just be careful with stuff like that. Okay. You don't want to put yourself back in the situation or make the person come after you again. So be careful with stuff like that. And another thing I would say is I saw this movie and I can't remember what it's called right now, but I will try to find the name of it and I'll put that movie, the title on here if you're able to watch it. If you're not, then that's fine. But one thing that she did, because it was based on a real true story of her life and her escaping from a abusive relationship like this. And one thing that she did was she found some paper in the garage where he was keeping her. And then in her situation, it was even worse because she was chained and she was chained into the garage was chained. And so her and her son were in the garage. And then she also had a baby with the guy and all that stuff. So what she did was she she knew that eventually he would take her to the store, or he ended up coming in to take her to the store because the food stamp card was in her name or something like that. And so there was an opportunity basically to go out into the public. And what she did was she took a note and she wrote down in the bathroom or whatever. I can't remember the whole gist of what happened, but she took some type of piece of paper and she wrote down the address and she wrote down her name and I believe she wrote down the name of the guy. Okay, so if you're able to, and let's say you have an opportunity to write this down, and let's say he does have chains on the door or something, or he has locks on the door where you're not able to get out, but he does take you out from time to time, you can also take a piece of paper, write down your name, write down how many people are staying in the house, like include like the children, how many children are there, his name, write down if there's other women there that are being held up as well. Even if there's other, like in this case, he had a wife who was there and his children. So the thing that I was thinking is when, thank God that the situation worked out for her the way that it did. But had the wife said, oh, yeah, I'm the person, and let's say the wife had claimed that she was actually the girl who wrote the note, then the police may have left and then they may not have been rescued. So, what I would advise is write down that information. Try to get the names of the people who are there in the house, how many children, how many adults, who's the person who is abusing you or keeping you locked up, where the address of the house if you're able to, or some type of noticeable um, street or something, because sometimes you don't always know that information, but if you do, write down something like that. And then also, if he's like, let's say, keeping you in a garage or an attic or something like that, he locks me in the attic, he locks me in the garage. That way they know to check those places, because otherwise they can come out and do a check and they might not be able to. The person, if she would have just said, oh, I'm the girl who wrote it, I'm okay, whatever, they could have left and then he could have easily moved them, and then he could have moved to it could have just been, the situation could have been carried on. So what I would say is, if you're able to, write down the address, write down the names of the people that stay there, write down, what he's doing to you and different things like that. And then if you're able to safely figure out a way to, leave that or give that to someone, like she gave it to a public service worker who was working at like the post office or the food stamp office or wherever she ended up going. She ended up sneaking the note to the woman, and thank God the woman ended up calling the police for her and letting them know. But definitely, if it is a situation where, in my case, he did not actually lock the doors, but because there was someone watching me, it wouldn't really mattered anyway. Because if I would have got away, they still would have been able to come after me. They still would have known where I was and everything like that. And like I said, I didn't know someone was watching me, so that is a whole different situation. You may not know that someone is watching you. You may not know that he might have something on the house, or he might have cameras in the house, or whatever. So just be careful with it. Use your own discretion. But I'm just saying, if you're able to, I think she even went to the bathroom and she tried to write down something in the bathroom and like leave it in there, but she knew that he would check the bathroom. So, be careful with that. But if you're able to, maybe take something and just write down as many details as you can as to where you're staying, where he's keeping you. Even if, let's say you don't have chains on the door, but let's say you can't just walk out the door and leave. Okay, well then still write down that information. Like at the time, I knew the address. At the time, I knew his name. At the time, I knew his baby mama's name. I knew his children's name. I knew how many people. I was able to leave and go around my family and friends. I was able to go to work. So I could have easily at work just put down all the information. But like I said, in my particular situation, I decided not to call the police on him because I knew that there would be someone coming after me if he would have went to jail. He was on parole, not probation, parole. So if he would have went back to jail, he was going to jail for a long time and he was not getting out. And there would have been definitely people coming after me because, as I said, the other girl, she disappeared and she wasn't even staying in the house with him. She was doing something else with him and she ended up disappearing. But I know that there were people that would have came after me because I know what type of man he was and I know what type of power he had. So your situation may not be like that, but I chose not to call the police. I'm not telling you not to call the police. I'm not telling you to call the police. I'm telling you to pray, ask the Lord, and use your own discretion on what is best for you to do. But take notes and also take down the details. And if you're able and you're really trying to get out and they are keeping you hostage or something like that, then you can try and give these details to someone who can be trusted or someone out that is a civilian that is able to get that information to the authorities and get help for you. And so yeah, it's kind of hard now because now people have cameras everywhere, people have all kinds of stuff, but you know, just don't lose hope. Okay, just do what you can and don't lose hope and try to be safe. And yeah, another thing you can do is contact the domestic violence hotline if you're able to. They would be able to offer you more assistance and more help. They can actually detail it to your particular situation, and they may have dealt with different situations that are similar to yours, and they may be able to offer more advice on how you can escape this type of situation. I am just a person who is sharing my experience and sharing some of the things that I wish that I would have known or that I would have done. So don't take what I'm saying for it to be, just take the help from something like the domestic violence hotline where they can actually help you to really escape your particular situation. I don't, like I said, I don't want to put anyone in more danger than what they're in, but I just want to offer personal tips and experience that may help in your particular situation. Definitely, if you're able, look up the domestic violence hotline and try to contact someone from there. And one of the most important things about when you are really trying, make up your mind that you are really ready to leave the situation. Don't go through all of this and have other people get involved and, in all of that. And then you're just going to go right back to the person. When he comes and apologizes and he comes and says he's sorry and buys you flowers and all this other stuff, and you get out for a few months and then you feel like it's hard and you can't do it. Don't involve all these other people and put other people's lives in danger and put other people at harm, and then you end up just going back to him. really make up your mind. This is for people who are really made up their mind that this is not what I want. I do not want to be treated like this. And it doesn't matter if he comes back and he says, "Oh, I'll change," and he's crying and he's doing all this stuff, and, "Oh, I'm going to church now and I'm praying." No, okay, that's good for you. I'm glad you're going to church. I'm glad you're getting to know God. I hope that you get a better relationship with God, but do not put other people in danger and put yourself in more danger, because that next time that you go back, you may not be able to leave. You never know. You don't want him to kill you. You don't want him to kill your children. You don't want him to kill all of you, and kill himself. You don't want to make matters worse. You don't want him to beat you worse. So really, when you make up your mind that you are ready to go, that's when you contact these people. That's when you do all this stuff to try to get out of it, you know? And it's okay to feel scared. It's okay to feel like you're unsure. It's okay to feel like you it's okay to have those feelings of like fear and stuff surrounding this, but I always am going to draw it back to God, and God says, that we are not to fear. He is our refuge and our strong tower. And so that's where you have to trust that, even no matter what it is, if you're able to, I would say, if you're able to listen to this stuff, go and look at people's story online, or their the movies and stuff online of people who real life stories where they've escaped these type of situations, and maybe use some of their tips that they did, some of the things that they did to help them escape or help them get out of the situation. Because that's, at the time, I didn't think to do that stuff, but like now I watch some of the stuff because now I've been through it, and so now I'm like, wow, like I wish I would have thought of that. But yeah, just go and look at stuff like that from real life people, that like movies. There's movies out that real life people have shown their stories of escaping domestic violence relationship or sex trafficking or different things like that. So that's also an option as well. But it's okay to feel like not you're scared, or you don't know for sure if you want to leave, but just be careful with putting yourself in more jeopardy and putting other people in jeopardy if you're just going to go right back to the person. Because I do know of a lot of people who have gotten out of a situation and then gone back to the person, and then some of them have gotten killed or hurt even worse, and then some of them have went through this for several more years, or they just felt like they weren't good enough, they felt like they couldn't get away. But just really know that you are worth more than what you're enduring right now. And it doesn't matter if you don't even know the Lord, He knows you. You may have never ever prayed a day in your life. You may not even really know if God is real, but He is. And He knows you. And He knows where you're at. And I guarantee you, if you really start talking to Him and really start praying to Him, He will show you. Ask Him to show you Himself. Ask Him to show you that He is real. Ask Him to help you to know that He is really real. Okay? But yeah, definitely just be careful. Please be careful. Please be careful. And I'll be praying for you. Yeah, so those are just a couple different things that I was thinking back on, that I was like, if I would have done this stuff, if I would have taken my documents out the house earlier, I could have left all my stuff. I didn't have to pay $600 to get my stuff back. If I would have not taking all my stuff over there in the first place, I would not have had to worry about that, because I had somewhere else to keep my stuff. If I would have not gotten myself into the situation in the first place, I wouldn't have to worry about that. But I know that some people are already in the situation. So now all you can do is what you can do while you're there. And I'm not by any means the person that can help, people to escape, because I don't even, this just was my situation. This was my personal situation. But that's why I say go to the Lord. The Lord knows, He sees all. He is the one who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all we can ask or think. He is the one who is able to deliver us from the hands of the enemy. He is the one who is able to set us free. Go to Him and pray, and really, there they can't stop your praying. You can pray to the Lord in your head if you can't say it out loud. they can't stop you from praying. Pray to the Lord Jesus Christ and ask Him to help you, to show you how to get out of this situation, and to help deliver you, to help set you free, or just to help you to make the right decisions, to be able to give you the strength and help you to carry through while you're in it, to help your kids to be able to be, because and not saying that you want to like wish this, don't ever wish that on anyone or anything, but you can pray and be like, Lord, I really need deliverance from this situation. I'm sorry. I repent for my idolatry. I repent for the decisions that I have made that have put me in this situation. Sometimes you may have been forced into this situation. It may not have even been your fault that you were in this. You could have gotten kidnapped when you were young. Anything could happen. So I'm not blaming you for it, but you might be in this situation now, and that does not mean that God still won't deliver you. There's people who have been kidnapped for years and years, and now they've been able to get set free. And they cannot stop you from praying. They might be able to, you can't maybe get out there aloud and be like, oh Lord, but you can pray in your head, Lord, help me, guide me, direct me. Which way do I go? What decision do I make? Deliver me from them. And sometimes He may even cause the person to die on the spot. And I'm not saying to ask for nobody to die. I'm not saying any of that, but I'm saying God can deliver us in ways that we don't even expect. You could be dealing with something, and like, let's say example, somebody at their job, like your boss could be being mean or something, and you're like, Lord, like, I'm doing all that I can. I'm going to work on time. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. This person is just being mean to me. They're, like, please help me to be able to deal with this situation. And that person might end up getting fired, or they might end up just deciding, oh, you know what, I need to leave and move to a whole nother city and state because whatever is going on with them. And they might get another job offer to go somewhere. So it's not always bad. It's not always like God will just kill the person or God will just hurt the person or whatever. We want God to do that sometimes because we feel like, well, they're hurting us. But that's not how He works. Sometimes He can still deliver us without it being the way of like, oh, you think He's just going to open the door and you're just going to be able to walk out. No, that might not happen. But maybe this person may end up getting sick, or like I said, with a job, they might decide, well, they get a job offer and they end up going somewhere else and working at a whole new job. They could end up, uh, you know, it's just all different kind of different things that can happen. So don't wish that on nobody because you don't want to like wish harm on anybody else. But just pray God's will be done in the situation, and just really pray to Him, because if I would have been thinking at that time, I grew up in church, I knew about God, but I just felt so distant because I was like, I'm not living the way I should. I know that I'm out here. God still loves you. He still know. He see you. He see you out there in the streets. He see you out there doing everything that you're doing. So yes, Lord, I know I'm not living the way that I should, and I don't want to live this way. I want to live better, but I need you to help me with that. You know what I'm saying? So just pray and ask the Lord, and I just pray that He will deliver y'all. I pray that He will set you free, and I pray that you will learn and grow and develop. And I pray that He will set your children free. And I pray that you will be able to grow from the situation and hopefully not end up back in the same. So anyway, those are a couple different tips or whatever that can kind of help, I guess, in the situation. I don't know, but I just felt the need to share that maybe this kind of stuff can help certain people in their relationship while they're going through and dealing with domestic violence and things. If you have been delivered, or when you do get out of the situation, I definitely recommend getting some counseling, because even for us to put ourselves in these situations and allow us to be here, or even if we have been taken and made to be in these situations, the trauma is real, and the trauma can be very severe, and it can impact your life in so many different ways. So definitely, once you are able to get some counseling, okay, get, and preferably Christian counseling from a real Christian counselor who really is uh looking from, or speaking from the word of God, and able to pray with you, pray for you, and then also encourage you in the word of God. Because when you don't have anyone else, you have God and you have his word, hopefully. And if you don't have a way to get a Bible, you can buy a Bible at the Dollar Tree if you don't really have money. And if you're not able to even buy that, if you're able to watch a video or something like this, if you're on YouTube, let's say you don't have a phone access, but you have YouTube and you're watching me on YouTube or whatever, you can type in Bible scriptures, you can type in Bible verses, you can type in Bible, you can type in different things on there, and it will pull up different scriptures and different. Uh, it will actually they have things that read the Bible to you, and and so different things like that. So let's say you're that person's at work or something, you're watching this on YouTube or something, and you don't have access to get a Bible. They have you locked in the house, but you're able to watch YouTube. Okay, you can type in the Bible. You can type in different sermons. You can type in different things. So I just say just do stuff like that, and I wish I could offer more help and more assistance. But I don't know how to do that. All I know is that this is what I feel like God wanted me to share. And so that's why I shared it. And like I said, I hope it helps someone. And I hope that you are able to get out of this situation and grow from this situation and love yourself and love God and be able to be delivered, healed, and set free. And like I said, God loves you, He cares about you. And thanks for tuning in. I will be coming back with of more things to share, which like I said, this is not even the worst situation. There's a lot of different things that happen. And so I will be coming back with more of that to share. So if you could please come back and watch my other videos and also let me know in the comments if I don't care if it's months down the line or something. Let me know, like, hey, thank you because that video helped or whatever. Because I don't know. I'm hoping that it helping somebody, but I don't know because I'm just sitting here talking to the camera and I'm hoping and praying that it goes to the people it needs to go to. Because this is kind of difficult for me to have to sit here and talk about these times in my life because they are embarrassing and because I am reliving the trauma and because I don't know who is seeing this. But I believe that if God told me to do it, there's a reason. And I believe that someone is going to be touched from it and someone is going to be helped. Even a young girl who is a teenager or someone who is young, I hope that you see this story and that you stop before getting into this particular type of situation because, baby, you are worth more, okay? Do not allow yourself to get in this situation. I don't care how old he is. I don't care how good he looks. I don't care how much money he has. I don't care what he's offering you. He can be offering you a mansion on a hill and $1 million. Don't put yourself in a situation like that. I got things about that too, about men buying me cars and doing all kinds of other stuff. Don't put yourself in that situation to where you allow someone else to have control over you because you're idolizing their money or their care or their protection or whatever it is. Don't put yourself in that situation. God can provide more. He can provide better and he can provide without strings attached and you can still have peace and you can still have joy while you're accepting the gifts from God and not from a person. Because like I said, I got stories about that too, where a man bought me a car and there were strings attached to it. And guess what? God ended up blessing me with the same exact car. And I didn't, because I didn't accept it from the man. So I'll tell about that in another video too. If you want to hear about that stuff, like if you hear me saying like different stuff and you want to hear about it, then write that also in the comments. Like, ooh, I want to hear about this story. So I will, so that I can record those sooner than later. But as you know, I am always working, and you see right now I'm at a hotel because I'm working a trip. I'm a flight attendant. If you didn't catch that, and so yeah. But if you put that kind of stuff in the comments, then I can be able to record those videos sooner than later. Because I'm like, ooh, how do I tell these stories? Do I talk about the pimp situation? Do I talk about the other relationship that like is so much different stuff that I'm like, ooh, how do I record this? And girl, you telling all your business. But like I said, it's for the good of someone else out there. So anyway, I'm going to let you go, but I hope that these tips and stuff help other people. If you see this and you know of some tips and stuff that can possibly help people, definitely put that in the comments. And then also, if I think of other stuff, then I'll come back and I will share that as well. So anyway, thanks so much for tuning in. I hope that some of this information was helpful, and I hope and pray that you are delivered and set free from this type of situation and that you get the help that you need. And yeah, so thanks so much for tuning in. Bye, loves.